Good morning, everyone. So, I hope you had a good rest from last night. And today's session is Today's session is on the use of AI, artificial intelligence, and large language model (LLM) in the Wikimania scholarship application. So, we will talk about general observation of what we notice, and we also have some discussion questions that will be posed by our panelists. I'm very thankful that there are multiple scholarship committee members who express an interest in telling what they felt, because we all divide into different regions for the review of the scholarships. So we will talk about our experience and also what we felt in terms of the use of AI and the rising use of AI, not just at Wikimania, but also in other conferences as well. So you guys could take it back to your regional conferences and see and develop an appropriate approach. So without much further ado, I will actually let you guys introduce yourself first, and then we'll begin.
Good morning. My name is Caro from Nairobi, Kenya, and I think I have the last 6 or 8 months have been the toughest for me, trying to screen 7,000 plus scholarship applications. So yeah, and I'm really glad we're having this conversation, and I'm excited to see all of you here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Herschel Jackson. I'm the Executive Director for Wikimedia South Africa. I was also part of the scholarships committee, both for our local scholarships in South Africa, but also for the international scholarships. So I think this is an important discussion, and I'm glad that we're having it. It's nice to meet all of you.
Hello, my name is Donatien Kanga. Please, I will speak in French because it is easy for me. Voilà. Donc, je m'appelle Donatien Kanga de Côte d'Ivoire. Et cette année, j'ai participé à l'analyse des candidatures, particulièrement pour la région subsaharienne francophone. C'est ma 3e fois de participer à ce comité. J'ai participé en 2016-2017 et cette année, je suis revenu. Au niveau régional aussi, j'ai déjà analysé j'ai participé au comité d'attention pour la Wikiconvention francophone en 2015-2016 et 2023. Voilà.
So I'm Donatien. Well, I'm not really Donatien, I'm the translator. I'm from Ivory Coast, and I participate and I look at applications for the grants. Grant applications. So that's my 3rd time doing this, 2016, 2017, and this year I also do regional grants. Thank you.
We also have one participating remotely as a panelist, Victoria. Over to you. And is it possible to? Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, great to see you and great to everyone, and to see all of you even though I'm a sea of distance and several hours away. My name is Victoria. It's an honor and pleasure to have been invited to be here with you. I am volunteer and proudly met Mexicans since almost 12 years ago, just a year before Wikimania was held for the first time in my home, in which I had the opportunity to explore and support in different areas, as well as to meet wonderful people from different Wikimedia projects. And this year I had the opportunity to review applications from Asia and Spanish applications, and it's my first time in Wikimedia and the 3rd time in Wiki Conference North America.
Thank you, Victoria. So hi again, my name is Andrew. This is also my first year sitting on the Wikimania Scholarship Review Committee, but I have been doing scholarship review for the Wiki Conference North America for last year, as well as the upcoming edition in October. So, and we did not see, in that particular conference, we did not see AI last year, but we have started seeing some of those. So that was also one of the reasons why I proposed, and when we chatted in the scholarship group, I asked, how many of you would like to talk about it, this potential? So maybe I'll start off with the first question for all of you is, as a scholarship review committee member, do you feel burned out after seeing multiple suspected AI written applications?
Yes, and it is quite overwhelming. And but at the same time, I'm always curious to just, think what was the person thinking about when they prompted AI about the scholarship. Yeah, it's overwhelming. Sometimes I'm always looking for, did they use it for typos, for correction of typos, or did they use to ask ChatGPT, what will I do? How will I share information about the conference to my members after the conference? So for me, it's overwhelming, but I'm always curious to see. Yeah.
I think from my perspective, the thing that stood out the most was I wasn't expecting to see as many as I did see. So that was something new, but also the variation of all of the submissions that were made. So some of them you suspected that AI was used, but in others you knew it straight out because people hadn't modified any of the responses that were received. So I remember seeing one that said, from the perspective of an AI, this is the reason why the scholarship should be awarded to me, and that's really bad. But we'll talk about that more later, I suppose. I'm going to hand over to Donatien.
Yeah. Est-ce qu'on a été submergé? Oui, clairement oui. Surtout pour moi qui ai déjà fait 2 éditions d'analyse. Cette année, j'ai eu le sentiment d'avoir plus de travail. Et donc, et de plus d'efforts pour pouvoir identifier l'originalité entre 2 candidatures, entre 2 propositions.
So, did we have too many proposals that were AI generated? Definitely yes. This is my third time reviewing applications, and this time was entirely different. It's very time consuming to look into a proposal and try to figure out whether is this slop or is this actually an original proposal. So yes, there was a difference this year.
Yep, Victoria, so what do you think about, do you feel burned out after seeing multiple suspected AI written applications? Because we can't definitely confirm, but we all have our suspicions.
Yes, of course. Reviewer burnout is a very real problem. When you read dozens of applications that have similar style and ground generic, this trust becomes constant. In my case, I had to review applications from the Spanish speakers, and the process was exhausting. It felt like I was becoming a stalker. Well, I didn't want to judge anyone or the people from it, but their numbers, the briefing instruct us to avoid judging just by adding code. I had to add extra columns to all my spreadsheet to summarize the information in the best possible way and not overlook anyone in the most human and personalized way possible. I think that I spent a lot of time validating information using at least 5 different tools per candidate, and sometimes it had to seek human validation with other committee members or Wikimedia volunteers who were familiar with the project, etc. I think that, yes, definitely the feeling to be a stalker is intensified by considering the workload of not only verifying the text, but also validating functionary status or checking whether an applicant compete with past scholarship supports as mentioned in briefing, I think.
Yeah, I share similar feelings that I know we will have some AI, but I wasn't expecting so many. And when I was reviewing those myself, I felt like I actually have to use more time than actually writing the application itself if I were an applicant, because I have to check every single one of those answers to see if it feels like it is written by AI. And I think you guys, and I think Carol, you also touched on a point about using it for typo correction as opposed to using it to compose and other answers. So where do you think we should kind of like perhaps draw the line on?
This conference has brought a lot of AI conversations, and how I deeply feel is we need to embrace AI, but we need to positively and know how to do AI. And I believe from how things are moving and how technology is moving, then we need structures for community. We need the foundation to set, guidelines. And not only for all scholarship, I think around conferences, we need to set guidelines to determine where do we draw the line, how far can we use AI, and how safe can we use AI to help us, people to genuinely write how they feel about a conference, how they interpret the theme. So rules and guidelines, the foundation should consider, because soon, I think from last year, we had quite a number with Herschel checking through the Wikindaba scholarships. We took quite a lot of time, trying to analyze one by one and seeing how we need to use AI the correct way. And you see Herschel, what he found out, just somebody copy-pasting directly. So we really need somewhere to draw the line with guidelines for scholars around, yeah. Add?
C'est délicat de tracer cette ligne dans l'usage, mais je pense que déjà moi je suis d'accord pour qu'on développe une politique d'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans la soumission aux candidatures. Mais la ligne pour moi, ce serait de ne pas inventer, de pouvoir être authentique et vrai. Il faut qu'il y ait une cohérence dans ce qu'on fait dit à l'IA par rapport à nos activités. Et la vérification va se faire par les preuves, les sources qu'on va apporter, notamment si on est un éditeur ou on est quelqu'un qui mène des activités dans sa région. Où est-ce qu'on peut trouver des preuves de cette action, même si on utilise l'IA pour raconter cela?
Well, I agree we need to draw a line somewhere, but and there needs to be a policy. But at the end of the day, what I think where we'll be heading is that people, when they make the submission, they need to actually reference their work. Like say, okay, I'm a functionary there, here's the link. I've been doing those activities is another link. So people will need to prove what they're saying.
I think just to add on to what everyone else has said, I think affiliates and even community members, we actually have the power to make some decisions around this ourselves. I think we should definitely do it because we can't put our head in the sand. AI is going to affect us. Change is inevitable. But how we deal with change, that's the important thing. So I think if we make those decisions locally, at a local level, at affiliate level, it makes it easier for us to know how we proceed. Because use of AI in some instances is valid, but in other instances might create an unfair bias towards the people utilizing the AI, and that's definitely something to consider, especially for people in developing countries where they don't have access to your paid-for AI, which might give better responses. Thanks.
Oh, Victoria, your thoughts, please.
Yes, correct. In the Spanish language application in the video for Wikimania, it was easy to spot one responses focused on abstract process like promoting free knowledge without mentioning a specific contribution for a challenge overcome. Wikimania's selection process has tool to polish a text, correct grammatical errors, or help a non-native speaker, as me, I'm a Spanish speaker, but the ideas, structures, and main content must be the applicant region. This year, Wikimedia, I think that Wikimedia Foundation's Chief Product and Technology Officer, Selena Dickelman, has emphasized that the use of large language models must be governed by 3 principles. Sustainability, I think that is equity and transparency. Policy for our scholarship committee could be based on these principles, ensuring the AI does not replace human knowledge creation or perpetuate the ISIS. Transparency, for example, could require applications to disclose for use of AI. In fact, the Wikimedia Maybe Foundation has acknowledged the potential of AI, but with not very clear focus of supporting human effort. It's, I think that this new strategy seeks to use AI to, I don't know, maybe remove technical barriers and boost the work of its contributors. So I think that this distinction is crucial and should be the basis for any policy on AI use in scholarships.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like our common theme of like we feel that there needs to be a guideline, as Carol and also Victoria mentioned, about to guide what is acceptable and what is not acceptable usage in Wikimania scholarship, because as Carol said, we received close to 7,000 applications, yet we only have spots for like 300-ish, yeah, around 300. So it's a very and highly competitive process. And I guess I also want to kind of tease out, because Herschel mentioned a little bit in his answer, is creating an arms race, because you have 7,000 applications and only 300 spots. And you mentioned that some may not be able to pay for it or afford it. Some AI models are not available in some countries because of laws or regulations. So do you think it will create kind of like an uneven playing field, or eventually developing some kind of like an arms race? Say, for example, yesterday, GPT-5 just came out yesterday. And if someone is using ChatGPT-5 and write today's scholarship application, would that be more stronger and written better than ChatGPT-4 when we have our scholarship application period was happening in that process?
So I think it is important that we have some guidelines on how to responsibly use the AI when we are having our scholarships. I think a big problem that at least we had with our local scholarships was there was no admission ahead of the application that the person or the applicant had utilized AI. And I've seen that change over the course of the Wikimania scholarship process and after. So some of the more latest scholarships actually pose the question to the applicants. So it's one of the questions that says, have you used AI? And then gives you a box to explain how you've used AI. And I think that sometimes in some way goes to correcting what we've seen, because for the local scholarships, we decided to not consider anyone that had utilized AI. And that's specifically because we thought it would create an unfair bias to people that didn't use AI, which is tough because it also excludes a couple of people that have used AI and maybe used it because they aren't, native English speakers, so to correct their language. But I think if we had had a question like that on our scholarships, it may have been a little bit easier to address those items. But I do think that it is going to create an arms race, and I think we do need to have an idea of how to address that before we get to that. Carol?
I'm here thinking communities should create AI literacy education. Just for people to understand, like, your large Wikimedia ZA can create a tool of AI literacy and spearhead the conversation that next year we have in Wikimania, we have Wikindaba and all scholarships. What will our communities be guided by when they are doing those applications? So that also as the communities are growing, then each one of them can prepare their community members in terms of, I always feel sometimes so bad when I see somebody is just missing, they really deserve to go to get the scholarship, but they don't have really good guidelines on how to pose a good application. So I am here thinking about communities creating AI literacy specifically for application in programs and application for scholarships, because even in programs, AI is quite being used. And I had a chance to check through the Wikimania programs, and you could see the use of AI. And but for Wikindaba this year, they posed the question, how did you use AI in your application? And it was really quite helpful.
Ouais, effectivement, moi je pense que comme la question met le sujet, il y a un risque effectivement d'aggraver l'inégalité entre les communautés et les personnes. Donc je partage l'idée de Carole de développer des programmes d'éducation à l'IA, notamment sur les candidatures, mais aussi sur, même à contribuer sur Wikipédia. Il y a aussi l'idée qu'on a observé avec Wikindaba, je pense que Carole l'a rappelé, la question est-ce que jusqu'à quel point vous avez utilisé l'IA. Et moi, je pense que le troisième point que je peux apporter, c'est dans le barème, c'est-à-dire dans la façon de noter les candidatures. Je pense qu'il nous faut de plus en plus prendre en considération ce qui est vérifiable en termes de contribution, ce qui est vérifiable en termes d'activités réalisées, d'engagement. Sur ça, il est difficile. C'est vrai qu'on peut mentir avec l'IA, mais en recoupant, il est très difficile de se tromper, de tromper les gens, parce qu'on peut avoir des preuves qui sont vérifiables en ligne, via des liens, via les contributions que la personne a faites sur Wikipédia. Donc, voici mes 3 éléments.
So I agree with Carol that education is an important element into how to use IA properly, and also asking people directly, like they did for Indaba, have you been using IA and how? AI. The third element, which I think is key, is that you need to be able to provide people with the way to actually prove what they're stating, and that's harder to cheat. Like you can cheat on an AI application with text, but it's harder to cheat on like your activity as a Wikimedian. So this will need to be made easier to check from when you read an application. You need to have the access to that kind of information so you can verify what they're saying is real.
Hi, any thoughts, Victoria?
I think that detection is a complex challenge. Tools that exist to identify AI-generated text, like those used by project AI, I think, are not always completely reliable and can produce false positives. However, the function is fundamental. Often during the review of applications, the detection is based more on, I think that for me, experiences than on technology. In reading, we were given tools like Meta 2, X tools to verify the history of applicants. I came across cases of applications who claim to have created more than 1,000 of articles in a week using these tools. We noticed that the number of edits was so high and was unreleased say that I know of real people who are super committed to Wikimedia projects and edit a lot. But I took particular alarm at cases with numbers that were unrealistic for any human or who, for example, had created their account recently or had a history of negative feedback on their user homepage. I think that I also discovered that some people who claim to be very active had no way to prove it, and others were simply locked from the projects. The enforcement of the rule is based on manual review, the judgment of the volunteers, and cross-validation of information. Beyond, I think, reviewing edits, the briefing instructs us follow specific protocols for complex cases. For example, I think that the cases of logged user had to be sent to the trust and safety team. And I think that we were asked to exercise of judgment if an admin was interactive instead of automatically dismissing them. This confirms that. I think that the detection and rule enforcement are not rigid process. I think that they definitely require the context and the ethical analysis.
Yeah, wow, a lot of great points, and there were actually multiple directions that I want to dive a little bit deeper, but let's go back to Carol. You mentioned that in some processes, you now have to kind of declare what kind of AI usage and to what extent. And I'm aware that in the youth conference in Prague in May, they asked the applicants to make a 1-minute video recording to talk, like basically and answer one of those questions. Other than those two, and this is also open to the audience as well, what kind of possible solutions could we use so that we're not discriminating those that are English or one of the application language is not their first language, so that we are still having the regional and the language diversity of Wikimania scholars without going into the question of whether the answer is genuine or not. So maybe we'll start with the panel, and then we'll also open up the floor to the attendees and maybe perhaps those that are joining online, and see what kind of possible solutions we could at least somewhat mitigate this problem.
I think the most important thing is to create policies, because if you have a policy on how you want to address the applications, then you give the reviewers, you empower the reviewers to know how to address each of the applications. So if you have a policy around what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, it makes it easier to review. I mentioned the case for Wikimedia South Africa. We had many heated debates about whether we should allow the applications that were generated by AI, and most of the arguments for was in the realm of we have native speakers that aren't comfortable with English, so you are disadvantaging them by submitting it. But I think what we eventually ended on was we can't, because we don't have a policy. It would be unfair to all of the other people that don't have access to AI to actually allow it. So I think creating a policy ahead of actually doing the review process makes it a lot easier, because you know how to move forward. I do like the idea of the video that they used in Prague, because that to some extent can validate the information that's been submitted versus what the person actually says. If they're different, then it's a way of identifying if it was AI or not. I don't know if anyone else wants to go.
Just thinking about the videos and trying to imagine 7,000 plus applicants, and we had around 25 reviewers. it's quite a lot of work to go through each video and, you know, plus the information that the number of questions around, I think around 10 questions about that. And for real, it's such a tough kind of work to do. And what I keep thinking in my mind, we are all doing this on voluntary basis. So we sometimes, you put people in a space that, Herschel, you remember last year when we were reviewing the Indaba scholarship, the hours we took to just sit down and go through all the African applicants. It's quite, and now imagine if there were videos. So it's really tough, but policies will guide. And then after the policies are created, how do we support the applicants? Yeah, how do we guide them? How do we show support? How do we tell them they can easily apply in their language? Because also from my experience of this year's scholarship, I identified an issue where people were not confident to submit the application in an example Swahili. So we need to really support and tell someone, it's okay, you can apply in your language, because that is the language you truly understand and resonate with. So, and most of those who are Swahili speakers and did not submitted in English, then their application ended up being not the best. But it's just because they were scared of applying in Swahili. So we also need to embrace the languages we are using to submit and have multiple people who can really interpret accordingly, so that people are not scared, you know, if I did in Swahili, how will they see me? Yeah, so we need to also embrace the language that we use.
Ouais, juste, je suis d'accord avec tout ce qui a été dit, juste soutenir ça, surtout sur la question de la langue. Moi, ça a été un peu mon rôle cette année dans les révisions que j'ai faites. J'ai beaucoup travaillé sur la plupart des candidatures en français dans la région. Et donc, je pense que c'est Charles qui l'a dit, à partir du moment où dans les règles, c'est clairement défini, on doit pouvoir encourager les gens à postuler dans la langue qu'ils maîtrisent le mieux, et au niveau du comité, s'organiser pour avoir des personnes capables de relire dans ces langues et faire les révisions. Donc, cette crainte-là, au niveau de la barrière, je pense qu'elle peut être résolue justement par ce fait-là. Depuis quelques années, on accepte dans plusieurs langues et on essaie d'avoir dans le comité des personnes qui connaissent la langue, qui sont issues de la langue pour réviser. Voilà un peu moi mon point de vue sur ça.
I'll pitch in on the language issue. I've been reviewing mostly French language applications from the regions, and I agree with Herschel that as long as the policy is very clearly defined, then it's up to the committee to actually adapt to their own rules and make sure that not only can applicants write in their own language, but that we have committee members that are able to address questions and address applications in those languages. So it's kind of like, you know, it takes two to tango to some extent. That's my own translation here. It didn't say tango.
Yeah, so it seems like, and as Carol mentioned, there's kind of definitely a scale issue. If we want to do a video, doesn't work for Wikimania, but maybe works on regional conferences, could be North America, could be ESEPT, or could be themed conferences like Education Wiki or Commons, etc. But then that also brings an interesting point, because the regional conferences tends to be a little bit less competitive. You have less spots, but you also have far fewer applications, so it's probably faster to actually review, even if they have to do like just one question, not the entire application, just one question, doing on the video. And I'm gonna also ask Victoria, since we both sit in the North American conference. So what do you think, Victoria?
Yes, I think that it's interesting. The approach of the top conference is one way to address this problem. It's public knowledge that they allow applicants to speak in their native sometimes subtitle interpretation or audio to text transcriptions. Another is integrating multilingual committees like the one that emerged this year in Wikimania, whose members can understand the cultural context and intent behind words. Similar strategy, I think, is used in the international film industry, where prestigious festivals accept films in multiple languages with titles in certain works were judged on their merit, not their language. However, I'm concerned that this is a constant adaptation for both volunteers and foundation. I think that the opportunity to review application is a huge responsibility. Yet I still see inequalities. There's a big gap between good intentions and actions. A good example is this panel, although the intention was there, it wasn't clear if where will be interpretation in Spanish is interpretation for attendance. If I spoke, for example, my native language. Similarly, I've noticed other gaps where, despite all efforts to be as neutral as possible, it's impossible to keep up with the pace of technological development. It's a cumulative set of issues that must be evaluated and truly have an impact. I believe it's maybe the foundation responsibility to be open about this, but it also our duty as volunteer to speak up and ask for the support without fear. As their saying goes, the speak will get the grease. I know people in community who are very capable, but have never applied to a scholarship because the languages barrier of the fear of being rejected for being from a regional outside of the first world standards. Even I still don't feel completely fluent on prefer speaking in my native language because I express myself and think differently more outside the box. I suppose it's more than just a simple set of words. It's a social barrier that we almost work to tear down. This, I don't know, is completely understaffed and understandable given the context of people, backgrounds, and cultures, and it's being made easier every day by the work of the wonderful volunteers who make it possible.
Thank you. Any possible solutions or comments from the audience? Oh, wow, okay. 1, 2, 3. So we'll get the mic.
Thank you very much, every one of you, for the conversation. I'm John from Colombia, Wikimedia Colombia, volunteer, and I agree with some subjects you talk about, but however, I think it's an opportunity to think in other methodologies for evaluate. So the structure of an article, the structure of the writing process is an academic process. It does not belong even to many languages, including our African or Latin American communities where we talk all the time. We don't write down a lot. So the forums in Spanish, for example, or Swahili, are really low quantity. So I invite you to include in the process of evaluation the conversation. You know, we can talk with each other. 2 minutes, it's okay. At the same time, you read someone else, and you can give proof of your work talking with others. Because our culture in Latin America, I don't know, Africa, I guess it's the same, we talk together. in Mexico too. So my invitation is to balance the weight of the writing structure and the voice structure, because it is not easy to evaluate the frequency, even using, I don't know, mathematics or fast Fourier transform and others tools for evaluating, but the voice is important, and the speech, you know. So please consider to include. It's my point of view. I don't know what you think about. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tracy. I'm from Kenya. So mine is two. Number one, with AI constantly advancing itself, how are you able to tell AI application from human applications? Number two, I don't know if you also know this, there's an AI that can humanize text. And to be quite honest, as an academician, we're surprised that it actually sounds like a human. How can you tell or differentiate that from a normal human?
Might actually hold this thought, and then we will come back to the question. How did you guys, and the panelists here, how did you guys detect, like, or strongly suspect that an application is written by AI?
When we began, Herschel already identified, like, somebody will directly copy from, how was it, Herschel? Maybe you can share about it.
So basically, the actual response to one of the questions was, AI believes that the correct answer for this question is whatever the answer was that it put out there. And the person had copied exactly all the text that had been returned by AI and pasted it into the submission. So that's a very easy way of doing it. But I think someone else, I think it was Victoria, mentioned that someone said that they did 1,000 edits in a day. That's another way that you can do it. Sometimes what I saw was a vast difference between the information that was being provided and the actual submissions that the person had done via Wikipedia, all the Wikipedia articles, as well as the evidence that they provided. Like, here's I think one guy had a picture of himself at a meetup, and that was his proof that he had done lots of campaigning, lots of community work, and so forth. So I think those are the ways that we do it. It's not ideal. I don't think there is a perfect solution to identify how AI is being used. We do the best that we can, and I think it's important that we don't close the door and just say, no, we're not going to use AI. We just need to identify as a community how we want to address AI so that we don't unfairly treat any person that is applying. But I do want to make a comment. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but I think that speech is actually very important, because in Africa, a lot of history is passed down orally. So if you are trying to capture something into text, you might not be able to put all of that in there. So I think a conversation would go a long way to correcting some of those disparities. Thanks.
And a simple thing like, I love editing Wikipedia with no proof. You will see it automatically. So sometimes it's very simple to, when you do a quick scan, you are able to see, I love Wikipedia, I love editing Wikipedia, and somebody stops there with a long sentence of no proof of, and you remember Wikipedia is all about verification and having the right resources. So.
For me, what I did was, other than the obvious, like, here is my answer, and or something like insert more answers here or expand more answers. Those are the dead giveaways. For me, what I did was I actually put those Wikimania scholarship questions into ChatGPT and actually see what the response was. And then what I noticed is that comparing to some of the scholarship answers, my ChatGPT answer will say, my answer is A, B, C in this order. And guess what? When I look at the scholarship application answer, they will also set A, B, C in the same order. And this wasn't just one. It was like 5, 6, 7, something like that. And one or two, maybe coincidence. when you have 5 or 6 of the same applications from different cities, either they might be actually like what the gentleman said about they talk to each other and in their culture to share the answers, which is still not great because that means you're kind of like cheating by coordinating your answers together. Just like if you're in a classroom and you coordinate your answers, still not very good, but otherwise the only answer is someone used ChatGPT to answer the question, and I may even isolate to which tool they use, but now that my approach is out of the bag, I have to use a different approach next time.
Ouais, donc comment on identifie, on distingue le contenu produit par l'IA et les humains? Je pense que les autres panélistes l'ont dit, mais il y a à partir d'un moment où on commence à avoir les mêmes réponses, après 3-4 applications, on commence à répéter, il y a des mots qui reviennent, il y a certains qui ne prennent pas la peine de retravailler le test et qui reprennent la réponse que l'IA a donnée. Vous pouvez répondre que, donc on comprend cela. Pour cette année, ce que moi j'ai observé, c'est que la question sur le thème, je crois qu'il y avait une question, comment vous comprenez le thème de Wikimania cette année? Cette question a été beaucoup posée directement aux IA et il n'y a pas eu beaucoup, en tout cas sur les questions ouvertes, il y a beaucoup d'utilisation d'IA et ça fait que moi dans mon approche d'évaluation, je n'ai pas sanctionné. C'est pas parce que vous avez utilisé l'IA qu'on n'a pas validé votre candidature, puisque pour l'heure on n'a pas d'instruction dans ce sens. Mais quand moi j'observais de l'IA comme ça où je suspectais, je cherchais l'originalité. Qu'est-ce qui vous distingue des autres candidatures qui ont utilisé ChatGPT? Donc la petite plus-value, et ça va m'amener à aller regarder votre compte pour voir vos contributions, essayer de voir un peu votre engagement offline pour ceux qui sont dans ce sens. Donc c'est en ce sens que ça crée beaucoup de travail et que véritablement il faut qu'on essaie de mieux s'organiser dans ce sens. Et deuxième chose que je voulais dire, je ne sais pas si je le dis ou je te laisse traduire la première.
Ouais. So just like the others, you got situations where people, you recognize the words and people don't even bother reviewing what they just copy-pasted, and so you know it's coming from IA. But more importantly, when there was no policy against IA, so I wouldn't sanction people who used IA. But when you start getting the same answer, or same type of answer, you actually look for originality. You look for that little thing that makes a difference, that makes me want to go and see, okay, so what were your actual offline activities? What were your contributions? So really that little thing that makes a difference.
Je voulais aussi réagir sur la proposition de notre ami de Colombie. Je suis intéressé, j'apprécie l'idée de la conversation, mais en même temps je m'interroge sur la faisabilité pour une grande conférence comme Wikimania, où on est dans près de 1000 candidatures. Comment est-ce qu'on organiserait cela? Tout de suite, l'idée qui me vient, c'est peut-être d'avoir une présélection des premières candidatures, et puis peut-être c'est sur cette présélection qu'on ferait les conversations. Mais bon, c'est une idée. Hein, voilà.
So I want to react to what our Colombian friend John said. Having a discussion with a very large conference, it's probably not, like Wikimania is probably not manageable, so we could have a two-step verification process where we first have selections and then we engage into their conversation.
I had a contribution. Maybe let me start. My name is Dorcas Chebet. I am, I'll repeat again, a lecturer in Pan University. And we have had a lot of challenges. You give assignments, and most of it is AI generated. Then I go back to the issue of research, where the tool of what do you call this one that detects plagiarism? Turnitin. It was invented in order to give 25% room for plagiarism. It assisted. The world is moving very fast. Think about the robots. We women, I'm a married wife and a mother, and there are robots that are very beautiful women, you see. And we are living with it. If my husband chooses a robot over me, I will not kill myself. Who is the inventor of AI? English is the language of the colonizer, and AI is the tool of the colonizer. At the end of the day, it is going to create power imbalance. It is going to escalate the gap between the others and the others. If those who are marginalized are not trained in ways to properly use the tools and technologies that are coming in, the gap will continue. And I'll conclude by saying, Wikipedia is a community platform. If Wikipedia will not embrace the coming technologies in a way that it assists to bridge the gap, then the gap will continue to persist, and in fact, eventually Wikipedia may lose the impact that it has created. So the best way forward, maybe we may want to find ways of having something related to Turnitin on Wikipedia that can assist so that we cannot be able to segregate. Yes, people can use chat, for example, to create correct spellings. As a lecturer, spelling mistakes can be very annoying. So if we can be able to find ways and have a team, a group, and even a section on Wikipedia that addresses that issue so that people can go there and familiarize themselves on the positive usage of AI, we will not be left out. Thank you.
We only have 90 seconds left, so please limit your questions to really quick ones. I think at the front or at the back? Okay, that works.
Hi, I'm Robert. Just ignore that whatever I am now, but I was also part of this reviewing for the ESAP conference. So not ESAP conference, for the ESAP applications, and I think South Asia as well. I would like to ask is that one, was there ever a debrief among all reviewers? I don't remember having one myself. Two, what is the proportion of AI applications in absolute numbers? Because my personal experience is that it's in a minority for me. I don't have more than 10, to my knowledge, there is an outright AI-generated response. There are obviously some that is using DeepL or for machine language translations. Yeah, okay, so I only have these questions.
Yeah, I don't think we have a debrief, and for me, my experience is I got very few. I don't think I see any from North American for AI, but I saw plenty from South Asia, so it could be regional specific. I understand that our time is it's up, so and definitely we could see that there were still a lot of unanswered questions and comments from the audience. So that this also demonstrated that there's still a lot of uncertainty and also plenty of discussion that needs to happen to develop this kind of policy around to govern the use of AI in various scholarship and also program applications. So we thank you for coming to this session, and feel free to find us if you have additional comments. Thank you very much.
Sure. Hello. Check, check. Hi, folks. We're actually going to be starting our next session in 2 minutes or 1 minute. So if you're not planning on attending, if you can kindly grab your stuff and make your way to the next session. Thank you.
Yes, I think I'm audible. Test, test, hello. Test, check, 1, 2, 3.
Hi Dev, can you hear us? We just want to test with you. Awesome, I can see you. Can you hear us? Oh, kindly speak into your microphone. Can tell us how you're doing. We're excited to have you. Dev, can you hear us?
Sorry, the voice is not audible properly. You're thinking something.
Dev, kindly keep talking. Okay, now can you hear us?
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, mic testing. Can you hear me?
Say that one more time. Can't seem to hear you clearly.
I can't hear you.
You can hear us. If you can hear us, kindly give us a thumbs up.
I can't hear you properly. The live video of YouTube is working fine. YouTube is working fine. But voice is cracking. So I will not going to present live. I have already a recorded video. I think you know. I already have a recorded video of my So there is a sound issue from both our end.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here. And my name is Dev, and I am from India. And today I'm super excited to share something that I have been building for the MediaWiki technical community. A tool called DevCode that makes it very easier for new developers to contribute to large and complex projects like MediaWiki. So let's get started. So I am currently contributing to Wikimedia Commons and serving as the technical head at Wiki Club SCI, that is a student-led community in India. I am also the program reviewer in Wikimania, and I am also the core organizer of Wiki Vibrance project. Over the past years, I have been experienced firsthand how overwhelming it can be to understand architecture of big open source projects like MediaWiki. That's what led to this project. So, let's talk about the real issue. Thousands of people read Wikipedia and use MediaWiki, but only a tiny fraction ever contribute back. For those who want to contribute, especially technically, they often get stuck. You open a Fabricator task, it's confusing. You try to find the relevant code on GitHub, or Garrett, it's a jungle. There's a problem to no visual guidance or starting point. So, what happens? People give up, and that's a sustainability risk for the entire ecosystem. This slide summarizes the core onboarding barriers. These are not just my opinions. This is backed by researches from over 20 plus studies. So, the key findings are social interactions barriers like delayed responses, lack of technical background, code complexity, missing documentation, difficulty in even finding where to start, and lot more. The deeper challenge is not just a code, it's orientation. That's where my tool comes in. Let's talk about onboarding issues. This chart with specific challenges like timely responses, architecture, complexity, outdated docs, and so on. You can see here that understanding project architecture and dealing with code complexity were some of the most prominent blockers. So I thought, what if we could visually show newcomers a project's working or explain the fabricator task's underlying logic instead of expecting them to scroll through dozens of files? We show them a diagram. Why this matters? Less onboarding means fewer contributors. Fewer contributors means slower development, and that affects sustainability. So I thought, what if we had a visual map of the code base and a smart AI helper that guide a newcomer from fabricator issue to relevant code and a possible solution outline. That's the bridge DevCode aims to build. Our goal is to empower readers to become contributors. How the idea even started. So, I recently tried to contribute on a Wikimedia's Android mobile Commons app, and there I found the code base, which includes multiple languages like Java, Kotlin, etc. Then, after I spent a week just to figure out how each fragment is working, as I was working on memory leak fixes and optimization. There, I find the need for this tool. So let's talk about this tool's tech stack and architecture. DevCode is fully built using Next.js and hosted freely on Vercel. Both the front end and back end run within the same platform for zero cost deployment. I chose D3.js over Mermaid or GraphViz for visual rendering due to better control and native rendering in modern browsers. For AI, I used Gemini API free tier to analyze and summarize task descriptions into structured logic plans. Everything is stateless, API driven, and requires no login or GitHub integration, keeping privacy and simplicity intact. Also, this project has been hosted on MediaWiki.fun domain, so you can check out on your own also. Let's understand the data flow of this tool. Here's how DevCode works. You just need to enter a fabricator task ID like the ID, which is in a format like T and then number afterwards, like T123, T3762, like this. Then this tool fetches full task descriptions, discussions, and metadata, and then it sends this data to Gemini AI, which generates a clear action plan or technical outline. Based on that, the tool fetches related files, visualizes them using d3.js, and renders a diagram. The result, a contributor sees what to do, where to go very instantly. It's time for live demonstration. Let me show you live. Now, I will search MediaWiki.fun. That's where my project is hosted. So here you can see there's a search bar and an analyze button. You just have to enter here a fabricator task ID where you are facing difficulty or you just want casually want to know about it. So I'm just entering a random T322. So this is what I was looking for. So when I click on analyze, it gives me plenty of information like status, priority, who is the author, description, and it also analyzing the related repository for me. Like in this case, it's MediaWiki core. You can see all the file, subdirectories, folders, everything here. Also, for new contributors especially who wants to just have a look or have a sneak peek about this project, like how to get started or in a very layman language, so this is what they can refer to. So this is a very uh, enhanced response from the AI, like plan to address pairing API documentation with user comments, and there's a set of tasks for new contributor. Based on completion of each task, he can mark it like this, offering him or her a feature like this is visited. Now they need to focus on this, like that. Now Let's come towards the most awaited thing, visualization. So first visualization is the directory structure, and second one is the graph. So if I click on any file, sorry, random file here, let me open inside resources. Yeah, this is very random. MediaWiki.action.history.js. When we click on it, we can see its code also, and there's a right button on top right, magic flow chart. When you click on it, it will generate a flow diagram based on the file's content, like how the function is calling to another function, how the data is flowing, like that. So it has generated one. As you can see, this is the start. This is the state diagram, I can say. Start, find page history element, find element items, and you can read all that. You can zoom in, zoom out, and you can also navigate it like that. And you can also back and forth between these two tabs. And also if I want to generate for this one, yeah, so it will gives a newcomer user a very much understanding of how this file is behaving instead of reading all this code, because this single file is not written by a single user. This has been modified by a lot of open source contributors, a lot of comments may be possible, not in this one but other files. So it's often confusing for newcomers. So yeah, and what other features I have included in this? There's a language feature. I especially included these four languages right now for the sake of presentation, like French, Spanish, Arabic, etc. These language also works on the task side, or Swahili. And if you want to connect with me, there's my socials here. So yeah, this much. Let's come back to our slides. So let's talk about our goals. So first of all, the very first thing is to lower the barriers for new developers. Then visualize hard to understand code bases. Then bridge fabricator tasks to actual code with proper guidance. Then retain more newcomers, especially in non-core but valuable tasks. Then help non-technical contributors understand how projects work visually. So what's next? This is just a beginning. I am working to add Olama or other open source LLMs to reduce dependency on Gemini, and I'm also working to add a feedback loop to improve AI suggestions based on real user input, and integrate a collaboration layer where multiple newcomers can co-analyze the task, and of course keep it open source for others to extend and adapt. Yeah, thank you for listening. I hope DevCode can be a helpful building block towards making MediaWiki more accessible and inclusive for future developers. Happy to take questions. And yes, MediaWiki Hello everyone. I assume you enjoyed my presentation and you have definitely checked the live tool working on MediaWiki.fun, and I am really open for feedback. This is a very initial phase of this tool, like you can call it a beta version. So this is not to replace the work of existing by some AI tools, but to onboard new technical contributors. Like in my community, I often face challenges while training juniors, my peers. So first task, sure.
Hi, I'm from Indonesia. I'm still confused how to start. Uh, can we like just put the name of like their username? How to check? Like X tools WM Cloud. We just put their username if we want check their contribution or something. I'm so sorry. Do you get my point?
Sorry, like which contribution you are talking about?
I'm from Indonesia, but I contribute in Wikipedia Madures in our local language.
Okay.
So,
So this tool is for technical contributors.
Pardon?
This tool is specifically made for technical contributors who wants to start technical contribution and they are just very much overwhelmed by seeing the huge code base repos of fabricators and MediaWiki code. So I made out a solution to just make a summary of the code base or the task so that new contributors can just quickly start and find the very right file where they have to contribute.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Could you like restart again how to use these tools?
Okay, so you just have to go to your browser and you just have to type mediawiki.fun. This is the domain where I hosted this project. Okay, so then you just have to go to Fabricator and choose any of the tasks you are working and you like to work on. And if you do not understand, then you just have to put the task ID. If you see the ID, that is T and some number after it, you just have to paste on this tool. Then this tool will automatically generate the summary, like where you have to start, on which file you have to contribute based on the description and the discussion that has been going on that particular fabricator task. And also it will all fetches the relevant code base repo, like it's of skin, of MediaWiki code or others. And it will, if you want to, even if you don't understand like how to do and what this file says, and there is thousands lines of code, so you can just visualize the file, like how the functions are flowing, how the state is going, like that.
Okay, thank you.
I will also add in Indonesian as a language.
And Benson says AI use on code can be tricky because of licensing concerns of training material. Any way to deal with this?
Yes, in my further version, I am trying to use open source LLMs like Ulama to remove the dependency from Gemini. I'm aware that Foundation doesn't allow and there are restrictions for third-party APIs. Is it answer to your questions?
Hi, my name is Joseph Anthony, and
Hi.
first and foremost, I would love to commend you for this awesome tool. Like, the tool is incredible, and I just want to ask, because I've been a contributor to the Fabricator board also. So once you pull up, like you input the tax ID, and you pull up the code base, does the tool help you track the right file, like to improve or to update? Like, does it track what to do? Like, maybe when you click on, let's say, a file, does it tell you where you have to improve?
Yeah. So, yeah, it will show where you have to improve. Like I am doing this by two ways. First of all, you already know, like there are various users discussion happens after the task put up, when on the fabricator. So there's also plenty of information available, like which is the right file. Even the author has not provided, but other subscriber has provided the right file. So I am fetching that from there also, and if it is not available, then if I am asking from the Gemini to just let me to the very nearby file or the correct file. Like if I am working on a issue that is a logo overlapping on dark mode of Wikipedia, so it will just give me the file like CSS or JS file inside the source folder, so I can just go through it. Because if I do not have this much information, then I will if I do not have this much information, then I will just search through the entire code base and search for the right file. Because authors do not always return the file which we have to fix. They just update the task. And for the code bases, if the code base link is provided, then I will fetch it from there. And if it's not provided, I prompted the response like that. It will gather the it will gather the GitHub link, GitHub repo that is of the same issue. Like mostly the task is related to MediaWiki code, but if it's related to skin and if the GitHub link is not there, it will just search it, fetches it, and returns the skins repo, and it will also generate the directory structure, and you can also visualize the map.
Okay, thank you, and that's awesome. Lastly, I just want to ask, let's say you pick a task that has been resolved. Does the tool track resolved or just unresolved tasks? Does it track it so you could know if you should work on this tool or not?
Yeah, yeah. Right now it is it is fetching all the tasks, but you can verify it from the header where it's mentioned the status of the task. Is it open or closed? So yeah, but I will work on it, and I will set some limitation. Like if the task is closed, so show some red alert, it's already closed, go to the next task. And also I am thinking of filters for newcomers. Like if they choose some heavy task like complex projects, so tell them it is not a good first task. You should search more.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dirk Hüninger. I originally studied physics, and now I'm having a lot of fun in computer science. And today I'm going to talk to you about converting MediaWiki syntax to LaTeX syntax. MediaWiki is, as you all know, the wiki system of Wikipedia, and LaTeX is a typesetting system often used by scientists. So to put it simply, I'm going to talk to you about how to make a wiki look like a book. First of all, the contents of this talk. In the beginning, I will inform you about the goals of my project. Then I will show you how it looks like from the user's perspective. Then I will tell you about alternative software approaches. And finally, I will discuss the technical details of my approach. So the goal is quite simple. We want to have professionally looking PDF documents. And to reach that, we are going to use the LaTeX typesetting system. As byproduct, we also produce the EPOB, ODT, and the LaTeX file itself. So LaTeX got its own file format. We produce files in this file format. Open document text is for office software, for LibreOffice and so on. And EPUB is electronic books. It's for ebook readers. So how to use the software? It's quite simple. You can go to this website. There you'll find this wonderful web form. There you can enter an URL to a Wikipedia article. And then you click start, and after a while you got your PDF, your ODT document, your EPUB document, or whatever you wanted. You can choose the output format here. The system doesn't use any cookies and it doesn't use any JavaScript. So even if you have a strict security configuration of your browser, everything should work fine. If you prefer to use it locally, there's a locally installable graphical user interface. It looks quite similar to the web interface. Here you can again write down an URL to a Wikipedia article like this one. You press run, and after a few seconds you got your document. For this graphical user interface, I used the technologies Python 3 and Qt5. For the rest of the program, I used mainly the Haskell programming language, but I will come to this later. So how to install the software locally? This is also quite easy. There's a so-called Debian package. Debian is a well-known Linux distribution. And this package also works on Ubuntu, Mint, and all other similar Linux distributions. If you're using another operating system like Debian Linux, there's a Docker container for all operating systems, and you can just install the Docker container, which will in the end virtualize the Debian on your computer. There's a graphical user interface as well as a command line interface. The command line interface is maybe a bit more interesting because you can use more options here. So options is the thing I'm going to talk about to you now. There are different modes how the wiki code can be processed. The simplest is to process the HTML generated by MediaWiki. But it's also possible to process the wiki source text. So if you have got a Wikipedia article and you click edit or edit source on this Wikipedia article, then you see the wiki source text. And MediaWiki to LaTeX is also able to read the wiki source text. And there's one thing in the wiki source text that is called template. It's kind of a sub-procedure. And those can be expanded in a user-defined way. I will explain this to you in detail later. Or you can expand these templates by MediaWiki and process the expanded wiki source. It's also possible to process collections. A collection is a list of links to multiple wiki pages. So you can make a single PDF for multiple wiki pages in one run of the MediaWiki to LaTeX software. Alternative approaches, there are mainly three that are very interesting. First of all, there's Wikipedia's own PDF function, which is based on the Chromium browser. Then there's PDFpress, which only offers printed books for a fee. And there's Pandoc, which is similar to what we do. It's also written in the Haskell programming language. And there are many others, but many of the other ones won't work properly because of reasons due to theoretical computer science. The language is not context-free, but I will explain this later. PDFpress is limited only to printed books, so you cannot download anything. No LaTeX file, no EPUB file, no ODT file, no PDF file, nothing. You can just buy the printed book. It is also using the LaTeX file system as we are doing. No files for download, as I already told, and the project is not really open source. Well, parts of PDFpress are open source, but the part that is rendering the LaTeX code is not open source, and it was never open source. Wikipedia's own PDF function is based on the Chromium browser, and the Chromium browser doesn't have a professional typography. So it just doesn't look that nice if you do it with the Chromium browser. You also cannot get the ODT, EPUB or LaTeX files because LaTeX is not used in this process. There's also no page numbering, and there are no internal references, so you cannot say, as I said in section 3.5 on page 239, that such an internal reference is not possible with the Chromium browser. There's also no list of contributors and no list of figures. The Wikipedia is usually published under Creative Commons share-alike license. This means that you have to include a list of contributors in the document that you derive from Wikipedia. So if you want to use Wikipedia, you have to have a list of contributors, and yeah, we are producing such a list of contributors and a list of figures in which we denote all authors and contributors of to the figures. Pandoc is a very similar technology to what we do. It's also open source, but the problem is it's not really specializing on converting MediaWiki syntax to LaTeX syntax. It has dozens of possible input and output formats, but it doesn't work so well if you want to just do MediaWiki to LaTeX conversion. It's possible to do it, but you need to do some programming work in order to make Pandoc work with your wiki. The basic algorithm we are using is to read the input to a tree structure, then run some calculations on this tree structure. I will soon show you why it's called a tree structure. Then, after you've done the calculations on the tree, you write the tree out to LaTeX code. So a tree, here we have got from the wiki article on homomorphism, we have a part of the wiki source code. So this is the heading with this double equal signs, a heading C also, and here's another heading, namely notes. And here we got an itemization with this stars, and we got wiki links, so links internal to the wiki, with this double square brackets. So we produce a tree out of that, and in this tree we first of all got the heading C also, so like here. Then we have got an itemization with this stars. Then there comes the first item. In this item there's a wiki link. Then there comes the second item. In this item is another wiki link. And then comes the next section, namely notes, the next heading. So here we got a branch. So there are two ways how to go on from item groups. One things that are internal to the item group and one that comes after the item group. So this is why the structure is called a tree, because there are branches in it. So the creation of the tree, we are using Parsec. This is just the same library that Pandoc is also using, and we are using one concept that we call generic bracket, and I've only seen it here. I have not seen it elsewhere yet. The generic bracket is an idea like this. Here we got an HTML bold tag, so a B in angle brackets. That means that the text that follows this B in angle brackets shall be typeset in bold font. And we have the end of the bold typesetting, so normal font again. That is a /B in angle brackets. And we have for many tags and many structures in the wiki source, we have got such kind of parsers that have got a starting point and an ending point, and around that structure there's a structure that knows all these parsers, and it's always trying to match every parser to a start and to an end, and in between it goes in the branch of the tree structure. So this is where we create the tree. So there's one problem with creating the tree, namely brackets closed the wrong way. Here we got an I for italic, an opening bracket for B for bold, and then we close the bracket for I first and the bracket for B second. But that is exactly the wrong way, because in mathematics you have to close the bracket first that you last opened. So here the last opened is a B, so the first closed should be a B2. So this is wrong. And this wrong way of bracketing we often find in Wikipedia articles, because Wikipedia articles are written by humans and humans make mistakes. So there's a problem with that, because if you want to allow that, and if you want your parser to be able to correct for these kinds of errors, then the language is not context-free. That is a term from theoretical computer science, and you can prove that the language that allows this wrong bracketing is not context-free by a theorem called pumping lemma. I will not do this proof in detail here because the time is progressing, but I will still draw the corollary. If there is if a language is not context-free, there's no Backus-Nauer form and there's no regular expression. These are again terms from theoretical computer science, and what it basically means, it's not easy to parse or to read such a text by a computer if it's not context-free. So a Backus-Nauer form doesn't exist, and regular expressions, which are just a simpler case of Backus-Nauer forms, also don't work for the wiki. So all projects trying to parse or to read the MediaWiki syntax using regular expressions or Backus-Nauer forms cannot work. So there are many projects that are trying that, but they cannot work because the language is not context-free, because we want to allow this kind of wrong bracketing. So then I will finally tell you about the user-defined way of template processing. A template looks like that. Here we have the content, namely boxed hello. We want to have a box around this text box hello. So we call a template box with frame and give it a parameter, namely content, which is set equal to boxed hello. We want to produce this LaTeX output of it, namely fbox, which is for framed box, for box with frame, and in that we want boxed hello. And now you need to tell MediaWiki to LaTeX how to transform this template. And this we do in the user-supplied configuration file. Here we say box with frame shall turn into fbox, and the content shall be, in the parameter called content, shall be used as the first parameter to fbox. So if MediaWiki to LaTeX reads this MediaWiki code and has got this configuration file, we'll find, oh, box with frame, we got it in the configuration file, it should be fbox, and the content should be copied, so this gives the box hello here. So this way you can define the template processing in a user-defined way. Yeah, thank you very much for listening. There's one final remark I would like to make, namely the image credits. This wonderful sunset that you see here in the background of the slides has been photographed by Jean-Louis Venet. I did some derived work on that to make it useful for background for my slides. And here's the link on comment where the original image is located. So now we're coming to the point discussions. I'm looking forward to your questions. If you are on the Wikimania 2025 in Nairobi, you should be able to ask your questions just now, just following this pre-recorded video. Otherwise, go to the project website and ask the questions there. There are discussion pages where you can also leave your comments. And finally, I just want to invite you to use the software, so follow this link and make your own documents. Thanks again for listening, and now it's time for your questions. Any other questions? No questions. Okay, then everything is understood well. That's okay. I wish you a nice conference, and yeah, see you next year or so. Bye bye.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Future of the Hub session. We have a wonderful panel today, and my colleague Barbara and I are going to be moderating this wonderful panel. But we want a lot of audience participation. We know a lot of you are involved in hubs or have been involved in thinking about hubs, so we're hoping to hear from everybody in the room at some point. My name is Jessica Stevenson. I work with the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm supporting the hubs process. And over to Barbara.
Hi, everyone. Nice to have you here. I am Barbara, working for the Central and Eastern European Hub. For those who have joined this session last year in Katowice, we also had hub development session. This is like a follow-up to see what happened 1 year later, to give you a little overview, but also to enable discussion between others interested in hubs. And we have representatives of hubs here, so we will get going because we don't have much time and we have many things to share.
So we wanted, as a very brief introduction to the hubs that are here, hubs that are starting to pilot or have been piloting as hubs with resources from the Hub Fund. So can you just give us a brief introduction, your name, the hub that you're representing, and a summary of the key services that the hub is delivering? And I just want to ask the speakers, so everybody has a chance to speak and we hear all the audience, to look at the timer and make sure every time we ask a question, you try to stick to 2 minutes. So you can self-regulate, but Barbara and I will also kindly interrupt if needed. So I'll start here with Bukola.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bukola James. I'm representing the EduWiki Hub, and I'm the hub coordinator for the EduWiki. And for what service EduWiki Hub is proposing to offer, we are on a mission to empower Wikimedia education communities to help them improve services around capacity building and mentorship. We are also focused on enhancing our outreach and volunteer engagement. We are also working to improve the technical infrastructure for all wiki education related projects, as well as helping to promote partnerships. Because we've seen a whole lot of loneliness, programmatic loneliness among Wikimedia education program leaders. And in order to address that, we believe that a community and service-driven initiative is necessary to move to the next phase of the EduWiki. So yeah, that's what we are proposing to work on, because we are just piloting. And with that, I'll pause and pass it to the next person.
Thank you. This is Başak. Me and Tony are representing CE Hub, Central Eastern Europe Hub. And what our hub is doing is just supporting Wikimedians, both individual and affiliates in the region, to make their Wikimedia dreams true, support them in making them, and helping them in working collaboratively. That's what we are doing.
What Başak said. Except I had the privilege of moderating this last year, so I'm really glad to be in this seat instead this year. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luisina Ferrante. I am the head of programs at Wikimedia Argentina, and now I am representing Vix Friso, that is the one in our chapter that is coordinating the BSN Pilot Hub. And I will read what she sent me, that is the BSN is a network where community managers from different groups and chapters based in different regions participate, and in particular, we work on volunteer support.
Hi, I'm Robert. I represent the ESAP Hub, East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific region. So similarly to VSN, we are also a network of affiliates and chapters, and also independent contributors who wants to contribute at a regional level to help improve the accessibility of Wikimedia movement in the region. So we are in the pilot phase as well. What we are embarking on is to create like a newcomer's handbook, and we are also focusing on doing translations as well, because in our region, we have a lot of different languages. It's not only English. We have Chinese, Malay, Indonesian, Korean, Japanese, and that's not including the dialects. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Van Agne, and I represent Wikimedia Europe. The important thing is that we are not a hub. We are an umbrella organization. We are also not an affiliate. And what we do as Wikimedia Europe, the easiest way to explain it is that our goal is to represent our European communities in Brussels with all kinds of European Union institutions. So we do advocacy and policy work. So this is very different from a programmatic support that most of the hubs provide. We actually mostly focus on policy and advocacy, but we know that the stronger the communities and organizations, the more they can participate in actually representing themselves together with us. So this is why we're thinking about how we can provide different services, not to double what other hubs are doing, but still work towards development of the communities.
Thank you. I need to take a deep breath. Okay, so my name is Tochi Precious. I'm representing the Language Diversity Hub as the global coordinator. For us in the Language Diversity Hub, our mission is to support underrepresented language communities, particularly those in the incubator and also post-incubator stages. And we also hope to work with other affiliates and regional hubs who are also advancing language inclusion. Thank you.
So, okay, now we are going to the questions and starting with something that everyone always likes to answer and reflect about. It's, if you could go 6 months back, is there something that you would do differently? Reflecting on your work. And just a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, like I said, we are just proposing to start implementation. And if I could go back 6 months, honestly, there's not much I would really change because like we had carried a whole lot of research out. We've done our TOC. We've had a whole lot of community engagements before we came up with our proposal to pilots. But if there's something I would like to change, it will be about the recruitment process. Because currently we are still trying to like recruit teams that I would be working with, and also like trying to set up the working groups even while we were still drafting our proposal. I think that's something I would like to do if I could go back 6 months.
Our group has been done a lot of things. If I could go back 6 months back, I think what I would change is we work with working groups. I would make our working groups work more effectively. That's to say, making them smaller so they can make decisions more faster. And to respect everyone's time, we could speed up the things done. And I think we are moving towards that direction. Now we have built more trust and respect to each other, and we give more fast decisions. And I think it depends on making working groups more effective and smaller.
Yeah, just to bring in a quick reflection and to give context for those who are new to the hubs or are thinking of your own hubs. So a lot of the hubs are thinking of having a steering committee, which is the basic group that makes decisions, but to make it very participatory, to have working groups developing the services that they described. So the Education Hub is trying to bring together those working groups, and one of the challenges has been the timing. So we set up the hub, we're starting to pilot, but now we need to bring people in to start developing the services, so that's a challenge. And then the CE Hub has been working now for 3 years with working groups, but perhaps they need to be, as Bashad said, maybe a bit more efficient, more agile in making decisions. So 2 different moments with similar challenges.
Thank you. Well, in our case, we are starting this process. So when we're thinking this answer, if we went back 6 months in time, we would love to have had one more chapter or user group involved in building the hub pilot. We are now with Wikimedia UK, but because we think that during this time we understood how important it is to have a diversity of voices locally connected to their communities when taking decisions, having a global network as a horizon. So we did many community consultations and collected feedback, and this was important for us when building our plan that we are starting implementing. And however, we understood that asking our community to be involved in the decision-making process is indeed important, but also we need local representatives to commit in this process.
Yeah, so on the ESAP side, I think what we are facing is a similar issue as the EduWiki as well. So moving 6 months before, what we would like to do more is to also build up the working groups as well, because we have steering committees we have the steering committee set up, but what I think we have not considered is, we didn't consider was having working groups, and now we want to recruit local people to come on board on the working group. That takes time now, so it's a slow ramp up. The fortunate thing is that there are also like grassroots movements as well, and we are also trying to co-opt them in to develop the working group. Like in this example, ESAP youths. There is now a movement among the youth in the region wanting to set up their a conference or gatherings, and we are offering them the opportunity to tap on the hub as well, so that it can accelerate their process at the same time.
Wikimedia Europe was formally started 2 years ago, and I joined 10 months ago as a network specialist. So we just started work on bringing people together. And if I think about the past 6 months, one thing that I would do differently is I would actually apply to have a session at Wikimania. That's one thing. But two things that I can actually recommend if you're thinking about the hubs from my perspective of a newcomer is, one, something that I'm happy that I've been doing is that instead of doing something new, I'm trying to understand as much as possible who is doing what, so that I can actually promote what they're doing if it is useful for our communities, instead of creating another initiative that could be somehow very similar. So if you have some interesting projects, let me know. And the second thing that I would probably recommend is thinking about how you will make decisions and actions in your hubs. Because I know that there are a lot of committees, boards, and so on, but at the end of the day, if you want to be effective, you need to make decisions efficiently and not take too much time on it. So if you can have a small group, efficient decision making, that's something that can really empower you.
Thank you. Just like you mentioned, if we were to go back, what would have corrected was starting small, just like she said. Would have started small with clearer goals, and if we had to fail, it would have been easier to fail faster. And because the reason for this is because after the initial research from Wikimedia Norway, it was like we're dormant for a long time, and then it was like weren't very serious. So if like we knew what we know now, we knew it then, would have just started small and would have had a structure. Now we are having our structure and it's clearer. We would have also involved our steering committee, because it was like we just had too many people. They didn't even know what they were doing. They were not responsive. But now the steering committee is here. They are very responsive. They are very helpful and open to help. So these are the things we would have just, like, if we knew then, would have done it now. But we're here.
Yeah, it's curious to see how everyone is from different places and also in different space in time, but the importance of having structure or governance, or at least understanding who is doing what, is really something essential to move things forward. So I think it's the biggest takeaway from this part. Thank you.
Yeah, and something I also gather is the priority of services and starting small, testing how you deliver those services, build on what already exists, is a key learning and something we're encouraging in those hubs that are piloting. Because the hub is there to provide a service. That's why you're doing the collective work. The next round of questions, maybe we'll start with Toshi. And some of you have already started to give advice to others, but if you want to elaborate on what advice you would be giving to perhaps some people who are here who are thinking about developing hub proposals and work.
Okay, so I would say I've been in the Language Diversity Hub informally, and I just started as a global coordinator last month. Personally, I would say you should do your research first, know what it is you want to do and who you want to serve. That makes it easier to have a clearer goal. And then when you're done with that, you should start as small as possible. I'm always an advocate for failing and failing fast. So if you have to fail, just fail as fast as possible and recover yourself, because it's way harder when you must have gone far and then you fail. It's harder to get back up again. And also you need to listen to people, listen very deeply. People are saying things, so just try as much as possible to listen to them. You might not have to use everything they say because of maybe your limited resources, but just try as much as you can to listen. You can focus on a few communities as you're starting and try to build strong relationships and let their feedback also shape your support and shape whatever it is that you want to do. Don't try to do everything at once. Just focus on maybe trust first, and then the results will follow. So don't think that you're going to maybe see the result of everything you've planned out to do immediately. As you're going, you just keep seeing it. So just start small and keep going.
I could not agree more. What I can add is I usually recommend some kind of book, and there is a book, The Art of Gathering. It's not actually about creating organizations, but just what kind of rules to follow and what questions to ask yourself when you want to gather people. And Hubs is actually about gathering people in some kind of space, even if it's a mindset space. And it has very good structured ideas, and one of them is actually think about who you actually don't want to serve and the things that you don't want to do. This is something that really helps you navigate and define the constraints of your hub. Otherwise, you can go just too far, too wide. So those are the questions I would recommend to ask yourself beyond what you shared, because that was the core thing to do.
I would say, I think what you have, you have covered almost everything. I think have a concurrent point of view as well. Have someone to actually oppose to your ideas, because we are in the midst of all the ideas. You think that everything is good, everything might be good for the community and stuff, but you're in the thick of things. There might be other views that you have to consider. So have someone to oppose your ideas, to always give a opposing point of view, so that at least you know that are there any flaws in your proposals that you want to come up with, or your programs that you want to come up with that can be addressed before even presenting up to the foundation for funding.
This is excellent what you're saying, Robert, because we also took exactly this way of thinking, but also turned it into a joke. So what you recommend is don't do it. But in that way is you will find obstacles. And Bashak and I discussed this, and I know she has something a little more eloquent to say about it.
I wouldn't say don't do this, but I would say just give yourself a space to fail. And what matters is trying new things and learn from them, then so that you can decide whether you will continue doing it, you will stop it, you will adopt your approach. But when trying new things, please, as I said, don't try many things at once. Just give your time and give your ideas the time to grow. That's what I would say.
Well, I feel like you've said it all. But yeah, while co-creating your theory of change with communities, I think we also need to know our priority areas, because communities will propose so many activities, they will share so many problems, challenges, there will be so many recommendations, but we need to know our priority areas so we don't get lost in the process of also trying to provide services for communities. And I feel like once you have like a very clear structure from the onset, it's going to really guide how you carry out your activities for the community. So it's very important that from the onset, whilst you are even developing your objective for your TOC, you have to be clear on, okay, this is the objective we want to focus on, and this is what we want communities to respond to. Another thing I would like to point on is it's very important to have community members that can adequately respond to your questions, because at some point we had interviewed different members of the communities who, for some of them, they did not really have a whole lot of information that could really help support some of the objectives that we were looking at. So we had so many qualitative responses coming in, and it was also difficult to try to pick out the most relevant or the priority areas out of those TOC outcomes. So it's best to have a clear structure from the onset. Make sure your activities are clear. Make sure that your working groups align with the activities that you want to implement. I feel like once it's clear from there, then every other thing would be smooth, maybe to some extent. Yeah.
So I think you can keep that.
Okay.
You can keep the mic to rotate. I just wanted to reflect on something Bukola said. She said TOC a lot. It's the theory of change, which is something we encourage the communities to think through as they're planning their hub and discussing it. But having informed participation, so bringing communities in to comment on the hub, prioritize services, join the working groups, really takes a lot of work. And it's a process that can take some time to inform communities and level them all to participate with agency and with information. And I think the Education Hub has done a really good job of doing that, and the Volunteer Supporters Network and ECAP as well. So there's some really interesting models of participation to look at here.
And just to add, because everyone also agreed about importance of trying, then also that it's fine to fail and try again. But when it's when we know that it's so important to do that, it's also important to give yourself enough time, and when the group grows and trusts each other more, then these things become easier. So also keeping then all that in mind, just don't overdo. Rather test and communicate with communities. If something is not working, stop working on it. Communication with foundation is always quite flexible regarding grants, those of you who are receiving it. So it would be much better to even rethink some activities and stop if they're not working and do something else than keep continuing something for the sake of doing it. Oh yeah, and we are moving on to our last question, also very important because you're all doing different things, important things. We want to hear more about measuring impact. So how do you plan to measure impact in the next 6 months? And we can start, from Toshi.
All right. Based on our strategic plan for this coming year, we hope to, like I mentioned, work with language communities in the incubator, language projects in the incubator, and also post-incubator stage. So we are hoping to support 9 language communities through mentorship and technical help, and also want to track growth in active editors and new content on these wikis. And also want to be able to record how many people join our workshops, receive support from us, or access funding. We and we hope to do a micro-granting system based on our strategic plan. I want to be able to measure how many people receive this funding and also join our workshops. And we want to be able to also collect stories and feedback to learn what's working and what's not working and know what to improve in the coming year. So we also want the communities to help define which metrics work better for them and will not be the ones to assign what they should work on or how they would track their impact. So for us, these are like the things we want to focus on this coming year.
This is actually the question that we are currently trying to answer to ourselves. We are just trying to decide now how we want to measure our impact. We are working with a measurement evaluation learning specialist, and beyond the numeric impact measurements that are very important when you, for example, apply for the grants and want to show some big numbers. For us, it is very important to collect the stories and to understand how our community actually feels about what we are doing. I always follow this wisdom by Maya Angelou that people will forget what you say, what you do, but they won't forget how you made them feel. So this is one of the things that we want to understand, and to understand that we first want to learn, and that's, I think, the first step of impact measurement, is to actually understand where we are. So I first want to understand how people feel about us now before we measure how it changes.
So for ECAP Hub, we just started our pilot, right? We are still, I would say we're still in the midst of planning out how to measure. I do not want to lock down at this point in time because we just make our first hires. So we are in discussion with them as well on how are we to measure the outcome of the projects that we have, like the newcomers guide. We aim to finish it within this round of funding, but at the same time, when we disseminate them, what is the impact that we're going to have that on the local communities? That's something that we still will be talking about in the coming weeks. I wouldn't want to review who we are hiring because that we'll be doing that in our own meetup tomorrow.
Okay. Well, as I said before, we are just starting, so we are planning and implementing our first activities, and one of them is to define the partnerships that we want to have and how we want to work with them. And also we are opening in few weeks the committee advisory group, so we also can have more voices there helping us with this volunteer support network. But we know that in the movement, and in particular in this process, measure is very, very challenging for us. So as a volunteer support network, we know that each activity counts to measure and understanding how we are supporting our communities of volunteers. So when we establish our impact metrics, we needed to find a balance between getting the right information and getting it in a relatively easy way, so we know burden our colleagues with more work, with more activities, with more reports, etc. So in this sense, we will be using a simple survey and on wiki tracking tools to feed our metrics and indicators. And this is a process that will be always open because we need the feedback. We know that we need the feedback. And as Buki said, we need to be open and not close a process that is in a continued learning, and the community is part of that.
And in CE, we have new developments that next year we will be overtaking rapid grants. So we will be trying to measure the impact of those grants, looking at the reports of the recipients as well, and how much it is, how much new community members they are bringing it. Also, this year we are more involved in CE meeting, organization of the CE meetings, so we will be more involved in measuring how satisfied people from this meeting through both quantitative surveys and qualitative feedback. And we are also working with youth group. We would like to also working on measuring how youth group participants are satisfied and what are their engagement levels. These are what we are going to work.
Okay, yeah. Even though we are yet to start our implementation, we carried out an EduWiki Hub action at the EduWiki conference, which was held in June. And that EduWiki Hub action really helped us bring together community members under the different working groups that we were proposing. And having them in that session, we were able to come up with a proposed output, what our activities will look like, how we'll intend to measure our activity, and also we were able to come up with a proposed impact of what this would look like. So that conversation we had with the community, which was more like a workshop, really helped us to solidify what our hub would do and what outputs we should be looking towards. And as always, we hope to continue to refine these metrics that we've defined for both the outreach and engagement, the mentorship, development working group, the tech infrastructure, as well as, I can't remember the last one now. Yeah, yes. So under each of these working groups, we have been able to outline our outputs, especially for the outreach and engagements. We are looking towards how we can bring in more community stories to be spotlighted in our newsletters. And we are looking at how we'll be having regional representation across all of these working groups. We believe that if you have more voices from different regions, we'll be able to come together to better define what our outputs or collective activities should look like. Yeah, so I feel so far we have a proposed metrics. There are so many of them, I can't list them out. But yes, we are also proposing to improve our mentorship programs and creating a knowledge showcase space where EduWiki program leaders in different affiliates can come together to share about projects that they are working on, and they can also give out recommendations. Most importantly, we are looking to see how we can have a centralized repository for all EduWiki related programs, resources, because this has really been a major challenge for most EduWiki community members. So having a centralized repository, we hope that it would serve as a space where any Wikimedian can just go to and look at projects that have been carried out in the past, and you can have these resources to replicate in your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bukola. So you want to come?
If I can add something unconventional to all of this, because I'm also thinking about how we try to serve and we try to achieve something better and bigger and larger numbers and so on. And I just had an unconventional thought that sometimes maybe the measurement of success is things not getting worse so much. So I think that sometimes you can provide services that are actually helping us avoid some changes that could be negative for the community, and that's something that we might still want to notice and appreciate.
Yes, so, Vanan, you always bring in such insightful reflections, thinking outside the box. We're going to audience?
We're going to audience, but we also would like, because we see everyone, but not clearly, if there are some other people, hub representatives, who would like to maybe let others know where they are now at, what they are doing. We invite them now to speak. Or ask questions, of course, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Valentin Nasibu from Wikimedia DRC, and one of the leader of movement strategy in Africa Great Lakes. So I am very better in French. I don't know if it will be possible for me. Someone can help to translate?
French. Is Delphine here or is she gone? Gone. Can someone translate French to English?
Yes, I need to speak it in French. Okay.
Florence.
Florence. Ok. Nous avons lancé le projet Mouvement stratégique dans la région de Grand Lac. On travaille en collaboration avec Wikimedia DRC, Wikimedia Rwanda et Wikimedia Burundi. Et
So they started working on a hub in the Great Lakes of the African region, including Wikimedia Rwanda, Wikimedia RDC, Burundi, and Wikimedia Burundi.
Alors, on a commencé en 2022 par effectuer une recherche et pour faire l'évaluation des besoins au sein de notre région.
So they started by doing a research study to evaluate the needs in the region.
Et après ces recherches, on a recueilli quelques opportunités ainsi que quelques besoins ou encore quelques problèmes qu'il faut résoudre. Entre autres, s'il faut parler des opportunités, on a constaté qu'on avait une communauté plutôt jeune. Beaucoup de gens qui ont répondu au sondage sont plutôt jeunes. Et on a une diversité linguistique parce que, comme en Afrique, dans notre région des Grands Lacs, il y a aussi plusieurs langues, entre autres la recherche prenait en compte le français, prenait en charge le français. Les gens pouvaient répondre en swahili, en Kinyarwanda, en anglais et en Kirundi. Kirundi.
Kirundi. That is one. Okay. So what they did is that they started doing a survey, which was meant at the same time for Wikimedian and non-Wikimedian, because he didn't say that, but I attended his presentation, so mentioning it. So amongst the 3 different countries, and they found out that the main 2 challenges and opportunities at the same time were, number one, that most of the people were young people. From the survey, I remember that was something like 80% of the people were less than 25 or 30, so really very young. And the second is that they have several languages in the Great Lakes region, so that include in particular French, English, Swahili, Kinyarwanda,
et Kirundi.
And Kirundi.
Et donc, du coup, ça peut aussi évoluer si on arrive à développer le projet dans l'ensemble de la RDC, parce que jusqu'à-là, on est encore dans 2 villes de la RDC, à l'est, Goma et Bukavu. Mais si on prend aussi l'ensemble de la RDC, on peut aussi ajouter d'autres langues comme le Lingala, le Chuluba ou encore le Kikongo.
And that can actually be worse with more languages.
Alors, par rapport...
Or more exciting.
Par rapport aux besoins ou encore aux difficultés, donc 64% de ces répondants étaient des non-wikimédiens et ils avaient exprimé leurs besoins de rejoindre le mouvement Wikimedia et d'apprendre comment contribuer. Et ceux qui étaient déjà des wikimédiens, on voulait est-ce qu'on puisse renforcer leurs capacités de quitter par exemple la phase de débutante pour avancer et commencer par exemple voir comment gérer des projets et comment mieux s'engager au sein de la communauté.
So amongst the respondents, there was 64% were not Wikimedian, which they expressed the desire to join the community and learn how to edit. And the rest of them were rather new participants, and they wanted to learn more about how to get involved in more projects and getting more skills.
Ok. Et donc, après la première phase, la phase de recherche, donc on a passé à la deuxième phase pour implémenter maintenant des ateliers de formation concernant le développement des compétences et de leadership au sein de notre communauté. On a fait quelques éditathons, formation sur le leadership, formation avancée sur Wikidata ainsi que SparkQL. Et puis pour les débutants, on les a initiés grâce à l'initiative de Africa Grow Initiative. Donc on a travaillé en collaboration avec Félix qui nous a proposé des modules pour les débutants et organisé sur d'autres ateliers pour renforcer la capacité de ces membres.
So, Felix, what was the project? Can you tell it can grow. Okay. So what they did is that for the already Wikipedian, they set up some initiative with editators, learning Wikidata, okay, and Sparkle. That's really going very fast. And for the new one, they are in particular using some of the resources proposed by Africa Grow, which is something made with Felix. And I would suggest that there's also the work that has been done by Azaf that could also help in the future, because it's ready now. Yeah.
Donc, c'est un peu ça. Merci beaucoup. Et pour l'instant, parce qu'on travaille seulement en tant que projet, et pour l'instant, on a des perspectives futures de continuer à travailler ensemble et pourquoi pas faire un hub pour pouvoir continuer à engager tous ces gens-là, malgré pas mal de difficultés que nous avons dans la région. Merci.
So first he's saying thank you, so I guess it's the end. It was saying that right now they are set up as a project, not as a hub, but they have within the perspective to actually create a hub to organize all this.
Hi, can you hear me? No? Can you hear me now? So hi, I'm John Anderson. I'm the ED at Wikimedia Sweden, and I would like to say a few words about the initiative Content Partnership Hub that we have been developing for the last few years. It's an initiative to try to provide support for all the affiliates that have an interest in working with GLAM institutions or other partners that have interesting material that they would like to share with the world. And over the last few years, we've been trying to develop a few concepts in 5 different areas, trying to find ways of providing peer support, finding ways of providing capacity building, finding ways of providing help and support for some of the key software tools that we are using, and trying to do some strategic data uploads that we all need to have to be able to work efficiently with content partners. And we built this work on a needs assessment we did a few years ago, and at this point we're kind of trying to take it to the next step. We were brought together in May. We had 10 affiliates coming together in Berlin, meeting and discussing how we could work on it together, take these initial concepts to a next stage, work like instead of having Wikimedia Sweden staff kind of doing the initial testing and experimentation, coming in together, working on it jointly, sharing the experience from our different teams and developing it further. We are in the process of working through an application process, and we'll be submitting an application at the end of August here. So it's quite an exciting time, and it's also one of the big things there is for us to think about the governance issue and how we can build that together. And I think it was a great meeting in May. It was a lot of engagement and excitement in the room, and we're also not stopping with the affiliates that was taking part there. That was the initial group that was had shown interest in working with us. We know there's so many other affiliates that are super active in the space of the partnerships with GLAM institutions and other partners, and we want to of course bring you along as well, and have you actively contribute in different ways. So reach out and let us know how and if you want to contribute. Yeah, it's an open door. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, questions?
Yeah, it's time for questions, yeah.
So I'm Daria from Wikimedia UK. We are involved in a few hubs, but I actually have a question about, I'm curious about the structure and the coordination, what's the best model? Because some of you are global coordinators, but have come from the movement, but we have at least one example of a coordinator that would have come from outside. And I'm curious about, I don't know, benefits and challenges of both models. Maybe especially people who are leading coordinating could speak to that. What would be the advice? Or yeah, I guess pluses and minuses of doing it either way.
I can speak as a person who's coordinating and is from outside the movement, and I joined the movement. So what it gave me, the benefits, is that people were a bit more open to say things that they might not say to others that are already in the movement. So I could be this person in between that is just learning. and I could bring some fresh perspective. But I do believe that if I hadn't had the experience that I had before in my career, meaning working with a lot of complexity, a lot of changing circumstances, a lot of agile, but also a lot of basically things that don't work, but also still hopeful and eager to make things work. If I didn't have that experience, it would be very difficult for me, and it could be very frustrating to move into this movement and understand the whole complexity of it.
I guess this goes for me too. Yeah. I also came almost 3 years ago as a complete outsider. I mean, I knew what Wikipedia is, but not much more. I will repeat some of the things. It was like fresh view. Also, my previous experience with managing various projects, also working for public and private sector foundations. So this kind of various diverse experience helped. But in my case, it was also very important to have a team member who is really a Wikimedian, who knows tools, programs, stuff. So I was the first recruited person. Then immediately after me, there was someone from the movement, someone who was more than 10 years volunteer. So it was like a good combination. If it was only me, I think I wouldn't feel comfortable. And second thing that helped me, because it's like working from home, online job, these online meetings, my first encounter with Wikimedia was meeting, and I was able to then see people, also see how it works. So that also helped me to engage better and to understand what kind of community it is. And maybe last thing as well, I worked with volunteers before at my regular jobs. I was a volunteer myself, but I also worked with volunteers, and it was easier then for me to understand that, well, if you have colleagues who are paid, you can push some work and there are structures, but sometimes if you want to motivate volunteers, there are different ways to do it. You can't push it. It's like they are not on some kind of, well, they don't have like, there are no consequences, something is not done. So I think that if you are choosing for employees that will bring some value, who are not Wikimedians, you have to be mindful of these things, and as well choosing someone who has high tolerance for uncertainty, because it's like it's a complex environment. It's not for everyone. And I've heard this from more people, some people who came and who like to work in structured environment where everything is clear, who, what, how, when. I don't think that they would feel comfortable in this kind of environment. Yeah.
Okay, so on ESAP side, we actually have made 2 hires, one from within the movement and one from outside of the movement. So it's actually, in a way, to echo what Barbara had experienced, we want to bring in someone fresh for the movement so that we can have a fresh perspective of what we are doing as well. At the same time, for the person who we have hired from within the movement is to help to guide the one who is fresh, so that at the very least, the person who we have hired fresh is not really going in blind. There's still some guiding hands, because the rest of us in the steering com and the EPC, the Preparatory Council, we are busy with our daily lives, right? So yes, we want to have some amount of certainty as well for the fresh hires. That's why we hire someone who is within the movement. Yeah.
Okay. For me, on the other side, coming from the movement, I started last month. I feel like it's easier because I understand the movement. I wouldn't say it's 100% easier, but because I understand the movement and I know what and who I'm going to be interfacing with and how things work, it's a bit easier to like jump in and be able to stand, unlike when I had to come from outside. And also having a steering committee member who is not from the movement, you get unbiased feedback. Like you hear, what are you people doing differently? Why are you doing what you're doing? What do you think that these people are here? And so this kind of no mincing of words, like they are coming from outside and they want to understand. So you need to explain things and all of those. So I feel like a combination of the two it will actually be very helpful. You get your unbiased feedback and like someone who just does things, and then you get the other hand of someone who understands how these work and like things around it and how to be able to work around it.
No, I think that, well, with Daria, we are working on the BSN hub, but in particular in the BSN, I think that we need people from the movement, but perhaps I keep thinking that some person that came outside the movement can give us a feedback of how we can work or open different ways of listening and generating methodologies to decent people that perhaps if we are talking all the time to the same people, that information is not there. So that's why I was thinking that it's important to be open for feedback and to open the places and the methodologies to generate that feedback. That for us is a hard work because we came working in the movement a lot of time.
Maciej from Slovakia here, thank you. My question relates to the practical experience. What would be the smallest circumstance or the smallest condition to start talking about a hub? And what would, in the opposite direction, be the biggest, what would be kind of the limit of having a hub where maybe you could think of splitting it or doing something different? Thank you.
Does anybody want to take that question?
How long is a piece of string? Right, so it's hard to answer this question. I mean, it's a very valid question, of course, but it's a hard question in the sense that not all hubs are created equal. And so although we are here presented on this platform as people operating within hubs, our hubs are rather different from each other. You know, the CE hub model is very unlikely going to work for the education hub or the volunteers hub even, because there are different dynamics at play. In terms of how big it gets, I mean, this perhaps is something we can look at Wikimedia Europe too, and the way the CE hub has fuzzy borders, let's call it that. You know, so in this way is, as long as it works, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, the Americans say, you know? So it's that sort of thing. And so finding ways to coexist where the overlaps are a benefit rather than a duplication or a redundancy, I think it would be a way to say it. I hope this answers your question a little bit.
I can share my experience from the EduWiki Hub. Okay, yeah, so at what point did we decide to transition to a hub? Like I said, the EduWiki for the past 10 years has operated in a volunteer structure. And even though we have so many community members doing interesting education programs, we still find that there are sometimes, because we act in a volunteer structure model, sometimes we are not able to provide adequate support, like bringing communities together to share their experience, or even create spaces where they could talk more about the problems they have and how we can address it. So we thought it would be useful to see how we can become better structured, community-driven, and ensure that these services that is lacking within our community is filled. So that's why we decided to transition into a hub-like structure. Also, there have been a whole lot of programmatic loneliness, where you find people doing EduWiki programs, like Wiki Camps programs in different regions, and we have those from maybe Sub-Saharan, trying to maybe adopt that model. But because there's no space where they could actually connect or share their experience, it's kind of bring about this programmatic fragmentation in the way they carry out programs. So having this hub structure, bringing together community members is really going to help us a lot to see how this could help to bring in more collaboration among members within the hub that we are proposing. So yeah, that's the points at which we decided to transition. Also because having a hub means like you are having specific team members that are dedicated to support some of these activities. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just sharing from my experience as to why we decided to transition.
So thank you. Thank you for all the questions. Our time is up. Thank you for joining us. If you have more questions, feel free to reach out. We are here, but also our email addresses are available. And well, you basically joined the best session at this Wikimania, so congratulations to all of you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you to all the speakers. And have a good Wikimania.
Hi, yeah. Hi, I am Sony. I am an editor from India, and I have been editing since 2012.
I'm Multilingual. I've been editing since 2009. I'm an administrator, technical editor. I'm from the United States.
Yeah, and we apologize in advance because this presentation will be a little bit faster, but we will try to do what we can. So, adminship on NWiki suffers a big problem. The number of active admins on the English Wikipedia is declining, and it has been declining for quite some time. This is the active admins per month, where you define activity by 30 or more edits in the last 2 months. 30 or more edits is not a lot, but it has been stagnating for quite a while. This is what you see when you check for RFAs, the request for adminship, how new admins are created on the wiki. The same graph, exactly the same decline. Since 2010s, we have been getting fewer admins every single year. Why? RFAs are stressful. The request for admission process in the English Wikipedia is essentially a bunch of editors commenting on you, and it is a public discussion that goes on for 7 days. 7 days is a lot of time. When everybody is scrutinizing every single thing you do, when one mistake you can make can be derailing your entire adminship, it becomes very, very frustrating. The stakes are high. Admins, like candidates who fail, usually do not apply, and if they do after a year or maybe more. So, what can we do about it? We have tried admin reforms many times. This is how many times we have tried, over 10 of them over the years. They have usually been ineffectual. There have been changes. Adminship has been unbundled sometimes. There have been thresholds that are reduced, but it does not improve the overall situation. So, changing RFA is very, very hard. Everybody agrees that there is a problem, but why the previous reforms have not worked is because the solutions are not things we can agree on. There is resistance from a lot of the community, and the proposals have always needed to be perfect in order to pass. If you're not suggesting something that like covers every single ground, it does not pass. It goes in the perennial pile where somebody will suggest it over and over for the next 10 years, 20 years. This is RFA 2024. There was a recent RFA in the English Wikipedia that was not particularly nice, and the community just on its own decided, maybe we should do something about it. Somebody made the first proposal, and then people added to it, and when it was moved, it looked like this. From February 24 to April 24, there were proposals added. A lot of proposals being added. Yes. From February to April 24, we had 45 proposals on the RFA 24 process, 35 of which failed. But 10 of them succeeded in different layers of, in different stages. And we will talk about the stages later. But we had finally some successes. What were they? Some of them were pretty inconsequential, I would say. They were like, voters must be extended confirmed, which is they need to have a certain experience level to be able to vote on an RFA. But overall, it does not change the adminship much. There were some proposals that did change a lot of things. For example, discussion only. As I said, for 7 days, everybody is voting on your adminship. There was a proposal that maybe the first 2 days, nobody says support or oppose. You just give your feedback. And then after that, you have 5 days of voting. It ran for 5 times, and we realized it is not that great. There was another one, which was much better, which is having monitors. Sometimes people are incivil, they have policy violations in RFAs, and it has not been addressed very well. So now, any admin who is uninvolved, they can say that I will not be voting on it, I will not be commenting on the candidate, but what I will do is make sure that everybody is staying within lines. If somebody is saying something that shouldn't be said, I will strike that. That was implemented, and nearly everybody agrees it has been great. The two proposals that we will talk about in more depth is recall and elections. I shall now talk about recall. So what is recall? It is as simple as adminship is given by the community via not a vote, but a discussion, but the community cannot remove admins. Only ARBCOM could, and ARBCOM, all the discussions were lengthy and long drawn, and even then, not all the cases that were like serious and needed the attention were being addressed. And this is a problem because if adminship is effectively a lifelong experience, then that means the voters on RFA would have extremely high standards. There did exist something called as voluntary recall, where if I am an admin, I can say that yes, if these conditions are met, I will stand for RFA again. Sure, that is a great idea, but it was unenforceable, and over the last 10 years, only 2 of them actually stood for it. So what was the proposal that we actually had? Oh yeah, recall has been proposed 28 times in the last 20 years, or some form of de-adminship. It just has not passed yet. What did we try to pass this time? It is as simple as you have a petition that is based on signatures, and if a certain threshold is met, then you ask the admin, maybe you run for the RFA again. So there were 3 phases to it. The first phase, neither proposal passed. My proposal was based slightly on the journal Wikipedia. The phase 2, we had individual discussions on every subtopic. There were a lot of moving parts to this entire thing, and we put all of them under a vote, and each of them came to a conclusion and a consensus, and then we merged them together, and that was recall. So what did we end up passing? So if 25 extended confirmed editors, again, that is like 300 edits and 5 months or something like that, if you have been around for a while, and if you say that maybe this admin should be not an admin anymore, or at least they should go through that community trust again, then in 30 days, if 25 of you say that, then an admin has to go through an RRFA. Obviously, if you're an admin, you end up making a few enemies, so we wanted to give a few security guarantees to the admin. For one, RFA standards are like 75% for an automatic pass, so RRFA is like 60%. It's a 15% lower standards, and we did not want spurious recalls for everybody because this was something completely new to the English Wikipedia. There was a serious set of concerns that it would be used against everybody or it would be used in a targeted way. So again, any single person can't try to like recall every single admin. And if you have already passed a community trust thing in recent times, which is an RFA, or you have been a bureaucrat, or you were elected to the ARBCOM, you're sufficiently trusted. For 1 year, you cannot be recalled. And finally, discussion was encouraged. This is something NVK really likes. We like discussing things. So in the recall, in the last 10 months, we had about 8 recall petitions. 1 was withdrawn, 1 admin resigned, and 5 of them failed to pass through, and 1 is pending. So how did recall end up doing? Everything was not on fire. Yeah. So the community is still getting used to the recall. So the best thing I can say is that we have gotten more accountability. There have been several admins who have had long-standing issues that were asked to stand again, and things are looking up. And now, Noam for the admin elections.
Thanks, Sony. Test. Thanks, Sony. So administrator elections, this is the other big proposal in this group of proposals. The first one was recall, the second one's administrator elections. What are administrator elections all about? The old process has a lot of kind of negative commentary sometimes if people oppose the candidate. So the idea behind administrator elections is to do secret voting. There's less opposes in less detail. That's just something that we think could improve the atmosphere. You're also running with multiple other candidates, so that can help take the pressure off of the candidate. So how do you go about getting this passed? RFCs, lots and lots of RFCs. So the first time this was proposed was in 2021. We got about 65% support, but it did not pass. However, I got a sense that the community wanted to at least try it, so I proposed it again in 2024. This time it got about 83% and it passed, and we knew for sure that the community wanted to try this. The first election, we were authorized for one trial election. Now we have the authorization, but now we needed to find people to do the work. So luckily some people stepped up and we started doing the work. I stepped into kind of a project manager role. Someone needs to create the RFCs on the big issues, kind of make decisions for the small issues, set some dates and stick to them, and talk to the various stakeholders. This is a complex process. There were other people involved. The WMF was doing secure poll, vote wiki type stuff. Stewards were scrutineering our votes, which is where you double check the votes for sock puppets. The first election had 32 candidates, which is an amazing turnout. That's like in a typical year lately, 32 candidates for RFA would be a lot over the year. So to get all that in one election was really exciting. We had about 600 votes cast, and we elected 11 admins, and the feedback was mostly positive. Congratulations to our first batch of administrators from administrator elections. During the debrief, we figured out exactly what people liked about administrator elections. They said that there was less feedback to propose because people weren't posting as much on the discussion pages. Less feedback to process, sorry. Less negative feedback because they were saving that for their secret votes. They weren't putting that necessarily publicly. You were running with dozens of other candidates, takes the spotlight off. We had an exact date for it. So instead of it being open-ended, like, oh, maybe I'll run someday, they were like, okay, July 2024 is coming up. I got to make a decision. Do I run? And then the nominators, that also rallied nominators, they would get together and they'd be like, all right, who should we offer to nominate? And that would help spur people to run as well. And then some other advantages, shorter discussion period. It was only 5 days, and I think even less than that in the first election when RFA, the old process, normally had a 7-day discussion. And then finally, there was no risk of a bureaucrat chat, which would, if you had 65 to 75% in the old process, then you'd basically have to have a second RFA where the bureaucrats discussed you and it was open-ended and it just kind of elongated the process and added some stress. All right, so the first election went well. We have a good process now. Got to refine it a little bit and then get permission to do it again. So the first step is to make the process better. So we had our RFC workshop. People were able to propose ideas of little things to change. And then we RFC'd all of that. And then finally, we were ready for one big RFC to renew everything. The idea was we wanted to get the process as good as possible, fix everything, and then RFC for permanent renewal. Some things we RFC'd in the workshop included just little things like pass percentage, voter guides, minimum number of support votes, just all the little details. The result of the renewal RFC, we had 3 choices. Either don't renew it for another trial, or renew it permanently until canceled or whatever by a different RFC. And the result was renew permanently. So the community seems to really like this. It seems to be working, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the conclusion. So let's talk about, okay, so the next roadblock was we were able to have elections about once a year because we had global partners, and you know, elections aren't their main thing. They're busy with other stuff. So they said that they had the bandwidth to do it about once a year, but we found out in our RFCs that our community wanted to do it about once every 5 months. So how do we fix that? How do we have admin elections more often? We make it more local is what we do. Instead of having to ask favors from our global partners, we start making it so the software can be installed locally so that we're using local personnel, stuff like that. So the plan, change the election clerk, the person that makes the poll and secure poll, change that to be local. The scrutineers, the people that double check all the votes for anything suspicious, double voting, stuff like that, make them local, and then finally change the poll location from vote.wikimedia.org to our local wiki so that we can just ourselves click the button and create the poll. As part of this, we created a new user group on NWiki called Election Clerk, and then we also wrote software patches so that we could install extension secure poll locally. Technical volunteers such as SD0001 and myself worked together. We both had enough access to write patches and approve patches for secure poll, so we worked together and as a team, and we got a lot of patches through. We fixed a lot of small bugs in secure poll. We added some little improvements, and the biggest one, secure poll can now be installed locally on any wiki that wants it. WMF has been a great partner in all this. They've been very supportive. Secure poll used to be unstewarded. They didn't really have a team assigned to it. After discussions and all this, it looks like they put trust and safety product team in charge of it, which was really helpful, because then they were also working on some patches and approving patches and stuff like that. And we even worked together with them at a conference, the technical conference, the Wikimedia Hackathon. So that was great. Great example of Wikimedia Foundation and volunteers working together. Now we're at the second election. We've fixed all the roadblocks to having it every 5 months, and now we're ready to do the second election. We had 16 candidates, about 500 votes cast, and 9 admins elected. The turnout of candidates was a little lower than the first A-elect, but that's still a lot of candidates. Considering the first part of this year, I think we only had 5 RFAs, the old process. Here's who got elected. Yay, go admins. Now, the big question, did this work? Is this helping? Did A-elect increase the number of admins? Why, yes. Yes, it did. Look at this chart. This is fantastic data. You can clearly see that in 2009 was like the glory days, and then it's just continually declining and leveling off, and then all of a sudden in 2024, it starts jumping up again. The biggest jump in like a decade. So I'm really excited about this data. I think it is working. In fact, the data suggests that A-elect might currently be more popular than RFA. Because like I said, we only had, I think, 5 RFAs in the first part of this year, and A-elect, we had 16 candidates. So that's really interesting. The dynamics are changing. People are experimenting with the process, and with a couple more elections, we'll be able to see exactly how people feel about it. Thank you to everybody that's helped. This is a complex process, and a lot of help went into it. RFC closers, software engineers, everybody. So thanks for that. And back to Sony.
So, we have been through the 2 processes that we talked about and all the other processes that we were trying. What did we learn from this? There has been many RFA reform proposals over the years, but the one big change this time is that we had trials. We had trials that we had, and when they did not work out, we just said no. There were proposals that were imperfect, they still have flaws, but they improved things. So perfection is no longer a prerequisite in the process right now. Secondly, perennial is not forever. Proposals that have been suggested over and over for 20 years, they are being actually implemented right now. The community is evolving, there's a new generation of editors, and hopefully we can try more things. And finally, having project managers is helpful. We learned that making RFCs is really hard. Not everybody will know everything that is going on, and having somebody who is decisive on the small things, and RFC is the big thing so that the community still has the main say over it, is great. So, the big question, was this a good thing? Was RFA 24 a good thing? I think yes, it was great.
I think yes as well, specifically because of administrator elections and monitors. Those were 2 big proposals that passed that were helpful.
Yeah. Was recall a good thing? Maybe. I think it has been great. I think it has tackled a few problems that have been very hard so far. And I think it can still be improved, but we are getting there. No one disagrees.
I respectfully disagree. I think the main thing we should do is be creating admins, not reducing the number of admins. We got to stay focused on the goal.
And finally, was elect a good thing? Definitely.
The data is really exciting, definitely.
So yeah, that is Sony and Novem, and this was RFA 2024. We have finally some time for some questions. Yes. Yeah, Yeah. She's giving the mic.
Hi, I'm Martin de Hexer, steward and former German Wikipedia admin, still English Wikipedia admin from the very early years when the charts were high. Very interesting to see that you copied our process to recall. However, I'm derailing this a little bit because maybe can you go back to the slide where you say how many people accepted the admin
Elections?
No, the change.
Recall?
No, further.
Yeah.
Further.
There has a lot of slides, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one other direction. Yeah, something like that. 94 support, 19 opposes. Seriously. So how do you involve your community? At the same time, we have our request for comments with 400 or 500 people participating in German Wikipedia. When I became an administrator, I had like 120 support votes and like 20 opposes, something like that. And I was taken to the top 100 page. So I was in the top 100 people who were elected out of the 2,000 administrators. At the same time, I was, no, it's not time for clapping, not at all. At the same time, I nominated people in German Wikipedia who got 400 or 500 votes. So I can be evil and I'll ask here, why don't you do that? But how do you actually involve your community? How did you announce that? Did you use a side notice or a central notice? What did you do? Also looking, was my volunteer hat. Yesterday I had a session in my staff capacity at Wikimedia Deutschland about community chatters and vital decision making. And that's not vital. Your community is much larger than mine in German Wikipedia. Why don't they participate? I know this process was super complex, but in general, the only process I notice on English Wikipedia that's actually working is outcome elections when like 500 or more people participate. Have you thought on that to get more people involved? I mean, the result is good, but it's still not at all representative of English Wikipedia.
I can answer the first part of that question, how we advertised it. So we advertised it as a watch list notice on our template central, T-Cent, which a lot of people have on their watch list. We sent mass messages to folks that signed up on a mailing list that were interested. And we also had that mass message go to several talk pages that people watch. Some of them have thousands of watchers. And then the second part of that question is, how do we increase engagement? I don't know. I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah. I think the communities are too decentralized and too separate, so that has to be a much, much longer discussion. But I do believe we can learn and have more engagement like the German Wiki. Yeah. Can you pass some mics?
Hello. Please, there is a question online, so I would like to read that one out to you before we pass it on to those in the room. So the question reads, I edit mostly from the Wikipedia in French, where we also have admin recruitment issues. Are your tools 100% technically reusable on other big Wikipedia projects? That's the question.
So the question is how to increase the number of administrator candidates?
Yeah, are your tools 100% technically reusable on other big Wikipedia projects?
Reusable tools, you could install Secure Poll if you wanted to have administrator elections. You'd have to file a Fabricator ticket. They're telling us that time is up, so I think we'll wrap it here.
If somebody from a different wiki wanted to implement this, what would be the next step?
You would want to get a local consensus to implement it, and then you would want to file a Fabricator ticket, and you would link that consensus to show that it has community support, and then someone technical would help you with the process of installing and enabling Secure Poll locally.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
We'll be around if you want to chat.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Come on up, Jaime. Hi, everybody. Thank you for making time for this session. I'm Mariana Iskander. I'm the CEO at the Wikimedia Foundation. I actually wanted to introduce all of my colleagues who are going to be the running the session. We have Jaime, our Chief Financial Officer. You'll hear from Anusha, our Chief Communications Officer, Stephen Laporte, the General Counsel at the Foundation, and Selena Deckelman, our Chief Product and Technology Officer. I have shared, as many of you know, that I'll be transitioning from my role next year at the Foundation, and one of the reasons I feel so confident about that is the incredible good hands that you will be left in with this team, who are an absolute privilege and a joy to work with. So Anusha and Stephen and Selena will present, and then Jaime and I will help with Q&A when they finish. Sound good? Okay.
Hi, everyone. It's such a joy to be with you here today. I know that this has been planned for about 12 months now, so I can scarcely believe that I'm seeing it come to fruition. I have seen so many celebrations in the last few days, so many hugs and joy around free knowledge, and Wikimania really is a moment to celebrate. It's a way to come together and connect around all of the opportunities that everyone in this room has created for our movement, but also to focus on lessons and challenges. And so I would like to pose the first question to Stephen and just ask him, you know, at this moment, Stephen, the legal team is focused on protecting the Wikimedia projects as well as the people, so the volunteers and the communities that are defending our values and our principles worldwide. What do you see when you look around the world right now? What are you worried about and also, of course, optimistic about?
Thanks, Anusha. So I'm Stephen Laporte, General Counsel for the Wikimedia Foundation, and one of the questions that I found you often get asked as a lawyer for Wikimedia is, what are you worried about? What keeps you up at night? And I really love Wikipedia, and I love talking about all of the positive aspects of Wikipedia, but I also take it as a distinct privilege to get to deal with some of the more difficult challenges that we face as a movement. And I have to say, we are in a really challenging time for free knowledge, right? If you look out at the world, you see decreasing internet freedom globally. You see challenges in legal cases. You see challenging regulations being passed. It's just a difficult time for Wikipedia. And in many ways, the legal environment that surrounds our projects today is very different from the environment when Wikipedia was started. And I think it's important that we pay attention to that trend, because we are operating in a different world than when Wikipedia started. So I think we need to ask ourselves, what does it take for Wikipedia to be successful? And I do think we have a lot of really powerful lessons that we can learn from Wikipedia's history, because we have been through some really tough things to get here. We've had to defend the projects from powerful individuals that want to remove content from the site. And I'm very proud to say that the Foundation has been able to defend the vast majority of these cases. We've been able to set precedent in some of the highest courts around the world. We've had situations where the projects have been blocked in countries, and we've been able to fight that block, although that takes many years, to get that overturned. And that's not something that we do alone at the Foundation. It's a community effort, because we need to defend good content, and that needs bold volunteers who are willing to write good content that can be defended. And it takes the sort of collaboration of all the chapters and others that have helped us influence the law positively in many ways for Wikipedia's future. And so when I think back across all of those successes that we have, I think we have a lot to be sort of encouraged by. And I kind of return back to that motto that Wikipedia has, be bold, because I think at a moment when there are so many threats to our mission, that is a sign that our mission is more important than ever. And that means we need people who can be bold, and we're here at the Foundation to support that boldness how we can.
Thanks so much, Stephen. So just from a reputational perspective, I would add that it is definitely a very different moment for Wikipedia, our projects, as well as the Wikimedia Foundation, it is not the same as 25 years ago when we were just growing up as a brand, and it's actually not the same as it was even 5 years ago. Tracking global trends in this moment is incredibly important because we need to understand what the world is doing and what the world is saying about us in order to take care of our sustainability going forward. One of the ways that we do that at the foundation is that every 6 months we run what we call a brand health tracker. And the brand health tracker fundamentally says how people feel about Wikipedia. So it looks at affinity and visibility and awareness and translates that to real data with which we track those global trends. The latest version of the brand health tracker, which was just released in fact on Meta, is telling us a few things right now. So the positive side is that it says that Wikipedia is a very strong brand. It is definitely, people love it. There's a lot of brand love for it. There's a lot of brand affinity and awareness around it. However, because of the ways in which Google in particular has changed its algorithm, a lot of sites, including Wikipedia, are getting affected by visibility in particular. So this latest brand health tracker is actually saying to us that visibility is affecting visitations. It is affecting editor motivations to come and join the projects, and those are trends that we have to pay attention to. One of the things that we call out in our global trends in particular is that both consumption habits and creation habits are changing. Young people are more focused on platforms where they can develop content quickly, easily, and one of the things the brand health tracker says is right now the perception is that it isn't easy to edit Wikipedia. So they are going to other places in order to do that, and that is a perception that we need to also work on changing. The other thing that we're looking at is, of course, the part of creation habits. So like folks are really looking towards influencers, trusted individuals in order to get this content. And that actually shows up in the ways in which we're both tracking global trends as well as what the brand health tracker is saying about our trust levels. Our trust is very high, and again, you know, it's said that in the brand health tracker with this in this past iteration, but we're not at a level where it's saying that we have intense trust. And we have to work on the trust factor in order to ensure that younger generations and the multi-generational pillars that Selena has talked about very recently are something that's top of mind for the ways in which we're trying to attract and retain editors across the globe. In Africa in particular, we have to focus on the 18 to 24 age group, and we heard in the AI panel yesterday that in Kenya in particular, 4 out of 10 people are in fact going to ChatGPT. That means that that's double the global average of folks in Kenya that are relying on places like ChatGPT for their information needs. And so there's a lot that we can do in this room as a movement to turn things around. And the final thing I'll say here is just that visibility in particular is more important than ever. And so we were at a moment for many years where people just bumped into our content. We are not at that moment anymore, and we have to pay attention to raising trust levels as well as brand visibility. And every person in the movement is a voice. I mean, we have 260,000 strong here, so we can, you know, definitely make sure that Wikipedia is here for generations to come as long as people know about it. I will now ask my colleague Selena a question. So you just finished, Selena, a very important meeting with users with extended rights, trusted volunteers who know a lot about our extended rights on our projects. And I know a key priority for product and technology has been how we're thinking about AI and the changing nature of the web to help us prepare for different types of futures online. What do you think are the biggest threats and opportunities for us, and can you show us anything at this point?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Selena Deckelman. I'm the Chief Product and Technology Officer at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I had the great pleasure of spending an entire day with over 100 users with extended rights. So these are the folks who are admins, they're ARBCOM members, they're stewards. They have these positions in our communities that they have achieved because they have gained the trust of their colleagues on Wiki. And they play some of the more important roles for the sustainability of the systems that operate in the wikis. And we spent a lot of time, I asked all of them, like, if you have things you want to talk about AI or like anything else, let's have those conversations. I spent a lot of time with folks who were thinking about long-term abuse is like a really important topic that affects the folks that do this kind of work. And we talked a bit about AI. The current situation, I would say, is that the generative AI systems that are being brought online, they're changing the social contract with the web. It's different than it was. You know, I think we started out this panel saying that the environment has fundamentally changed. And one of the ways that it's changing is that we're shifting from a link-based internet to something else. And what that something else is, like, I don't even think that the companies that are putting these products out have like a clear idea yet. So that's like a pretty difficult environment for us to be operating in. You know, and the challenges that I see, first of all, is ensuring that in that environment where people are increasingly getting their information from these generative AI systems, from, you know, TikTok, you know, Instagram Reels, like wherever they're going for their day-to-day information, that they still know that the volunteers in the Wikimedia projects are producing the most high-quality, reliable sources of information on the internet. And though that information is being used to power these generative AI systems, I think that you know, the phrase that we've been saying over and over again is we become more vital but less visible as time has gone on. So that's a big challenge. How do we ensure that people still know that important information that our volunteers have created, how do they know that where it came from? And so the opportunity there, I think, is that because we're so vital, we, I think, have a huge role to play in talking about what is most important for the future of the internet and the future of the web and the future of the people's ability to collaborate on the web and on the internet. And I think that one of the huge strengths, which you're seeing on full display at this conference, is just the sheer number of languages that we support. No other tech company, no other online project has achieved what we've achieved. We support more than 300 languages. There's so many more languages out there for us to support. There's more than 3,000 languages, you know, on the African continent. But we've achieved so much with our volunteer community, and I think that there's a huge opportunity, especially to think about ways that we can represent those languages other than English, other than the dominant languages on the web, find ways to support those smaller languages currently and develop more content so that people can understand like the full diversity of humanity. So what I'll just say about that, like for us to get there, we're really gonna have to embrace experimentation, try some new things. And I think that that's like an important thing to remember. One thing that's been wonderful being here in this space, it is, you know, Kenya in particular is a place of experimentation, people embracing new technology, trying new things. So that energy is wonderful to be around. And, you know, I want to say the lifeblood of all of our projects is this content and the creation of knowledge here. And I think that what we have to figure out is how to harness like more energy around that, how to create more content in these other languages. So the thing that I wanted to share today as a little bit of a demo is some of the work that we're doing to increase collaboration, to support the campaign events. Liz, some of you may be familiar. How many of you here have ever run a campaign? There's a few people, a lot of you. Nice, okay. And I assume that most of you have used, I think we're gonna, it's starting to come up now. How many of you have used the PNE or the the EDU tools? Yeah, a few of you. Okay, cool. Well, we're working on an on-wiki tool, and the features that I'm going to show you today, so this is Swahili, Wikipedia. The features that I'm going to show you today are deployed, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what's coming like in the next year or so. I'm going to try to hold my mic. I'm going to try to do it and type one-handed. This is going to be tricky. Okay, so the collaboration list, so this is something that we added to the campaign event extension, and what it does is it helps you see all the different kinds of events that are happening. And so if this is, if you go to this page, so here it's Malam, all events. So I think Malam is special. You go to that page on your wiki, and then you can see all of the events that have been created and that are currently running. So to date, about 1,800 of these kinds of events have been created so far, which is pretty cool. So we've been testing it pretty extensively. And this is kind of neat because you can filter. So you can say there's all these different types of events, but I'm going to search for editing events. I'm going to say in all countries. I'm going to say I want to see events that are specific to topics related to Africa. I'm going to apply this filter, and it will tell me of these 3 events, I think. Oh, nope, there's a new one that came up. Oh, no, there's been more. Okay, so since the last time I searched, a couple more events got created. They're just being created all the time, which is pretty cool. And what you can do is you can go to this event, and often what the organizers do, I think, is they share these pages, and then if you're logged in, which I am, you can register. And so individuals can register themselves for these events now. And what's nice about this is in the past, we would use kind of third-party tools. Some of you have done, you maybe used Eventbrite or whatever tool locally. But it was a little challenging to deal with in terms of like public registration or private registration. Now we have actually the option for people to choose to be privately registered. And then we're working on being able to record information about their contributions, even though they're privately registered. Because some people, just depending on what region you're in and like what's going on, maybe you don't want your name on these things right at that time, on these like public event registries. Your edits will still be public, of course, but it's just like if someone chooses not to be part of that, we give them that option. And then you have a choice here to share information with event organizers, because this is commonly a thing that the event organizers are trying to learn more about the people who are contributing. And so there may be some different questions that you can answer, but you can choose not to. And then you can say if you're one of these, and I'm just gonna say, no, I'm just gonna say no. Actually, that was optional. And then you can choose your data retention information, or it tells you what it will be, 90 days, then you can register. So now I am registered for this event. And then what this allows, it allows the event organizers to reach back out. So this is it was a real challenge before this kind of interface was integrated in with the wikis, and it was a really common request from the event organizers to have it all integrated. So so that's like the main thing I wanted to show. I just had 2 more quick things. Oh yeah, I'm registered now. So another thing that's kind of cool, so if you go to like a page like this, you go to like a community page for user group, we support, sorry, I'm scrolling, it's probably making some of you dizzy. We support transclusion now. So you can just add like a tiny bit of wiki text, and then you can include like all of these events on your like meta pages, things like that. Yeah, so I think that's it for the demos. I have a few other things I can talk about if folks have more questions afterward. I'm happy to show you this stuff if you haven't seen it before, but we could go back to the slides. And I just wanted to say, like I said, this is just like part of the feature set. There's quite a bit more. There's a bunch of features that are specific to organizers too, so you can, I have some folks here that can help with that. And how you can use this, if you are an event organizer and you aren't using it already, you can get the event organizer right from your local wiki admins, so it's just a right. And then most of the wikis, they permit the creation of wiki pages on the event and project namespaces as the default. Yeah, and there's a few other details I can share if you want more. So in terms of what's coming up, the next thing, very important thing that we need to do here is report on the impact of the contributions. So it is being recorded right now. We just don't have like the infrastructure in place to provide the reports on exactly like how many contributions there were, but that is coming. We're working on that right now. And once that's in place, I think you will have like a really nice suite of tools that will be really supportive of folks who are running all of these very important content campaigns. So that's what I had for my demo.
Great, thank you so much for the demo, Selena. I know that you've also been core focused on evolving our infrastructure and security. Can you give us a few highlights from that work as well?
Yeah, I don't know, how many of you here have are a technical contributor in some capacity? Oh, there's a few of you. Oh, wow, okay, all right. So something that we have really been focused on is, first of all, you may remember from last year that we took ownership of MediaWiki releases. There's a MediaWiki team, took ownership of that, and we started making regular releases on a regular cadence. Something else some of you may or may not know is that we were running on PHP 7.4. A few of you know that? Any of you? Yes, okay, nods. So as we were looking at our release cadence, what we decided was, and so the problem with 7.4 is that it's already been like end of life. So we were supposed to upgrade, but we were having a lot of problems doing it. And what we realized is we could align our MediaWiki releases with PHP upgrades, start doing those together. And so with that, by December, we're gonna be on PHP 8.3. So I told a few people about that in the hallway. They were very excited. Maybe not all of you will be as excited, but for us, this is like a huge milestone because it's demonstrating just the alignment and the planning that's going into like the core infrastructure, just moving it forward and being able to keep up with these really important like basic upgrades. And there's Mateus Santos, I don't know if he's here, he's wandering around, but he was responsible for kind of putting this plan together, and then, of course, he worked with a ton of engineers on doing it, but really important milestone for us, and just like keeping the core infrastructure up to date with all the security patches, and just like, on a firm footing. The other piece of work that we've been doing is related to accounts and centralizing the accounts infrastructure, making it more secure. And actually, I wanted to point out Eric Mill here, who is kind of working on some accounts related things if you have like questions or curious about that work. But anyway, we've been centralizing that, making it better supported. And we've had to respond to a few incidents around accounts lately. And so I just think the team has gotten a much better handle on that code. And I'm looking forward to some other changes related to accounts that are going to make it more secure, and also just let us like look more closely at things like the decline in account registrations, because we didn't really instrument it probably in the best way, and so we're fixing some of that, so we'll be able to get more data back to the community about why we're having account registration declines over time. And kind of makes me think of, Stephen, some other things related to, the safety and security of users. The accounts is one piece of it, but I think there's like a big piece in your realm that I'd love to pick your brain. What is your team working on around safety and integrity for users?
Yeah, safety and integrity for users, like I said, is really core to how the projects function, because if people aren't safe to contribute, they're not able to contribute the good content that Wikipedia needs. And ultimately, I think that is sort of our best line of defense when we're thinking about a world that is increasingly challenging. Just having good content is like the most important thing. And so there's been a lot of conversations about how we can increase the safety of our projects for users, and in what places we need to focus on making improvements. And some of that has been technical, so the things that Selena just mentioned, like the work that Eric has been leading, I've been really encouraged by his presentations at Wikimania, just seeing how security goes hand in hand with a positive user experience, and I think that that can have so many benefits for our project's future. But we're also working on things like temporary accounts, which, among many things, will make IP addresses less visible to people on our projects, which is a really important step forward in privacy. And I think there are many additional steps we can take, but just ensuring that IP addresses, which are highly identifiable, are no longer being used to identify unregistered users publicly is a very important step from my perspective. In the legal department, we also have been improving some of the trust and safety workflows and support we provide for users who might face risk from where they edit. What kind of security practices do they need to put in place before they even interact with our projects? If you haven't had a chance, there is a table with Max from the human rights team in that little lunch area out there, where he has some like printed material in multiple languages with some really fundamental security advice that I think is valuable for every Wikipedian, regardless of how safe you feel editing the projects. So I recommend stopping by his booth, and he's there to give you additional resources or have a conversation about things that you might need in order to be able to edit safely. And of course, we have our own programs within the legal team itself. Many people may not be aware, but a program we've had for many years is our Defensive Contributors Program. We have a legal fees program for people who have been sued individually for their good faith contributions to the projects. I think we're the only large platform with such a protection program, but we've unfortunately had to use it a number of times over the past few years. And I am very proud that we have it, and want to make sure that people here understand that that resource is available. So if, as part of your editing, you get a scary letter from a lawyer, you can reach out to the legal department at the foundation. We can't be your lawyer, but we might be able to help find a lawyer who knows Wikipedia, who knows about online civil rights, and potentially, in certain circumstances, we can even provide some financial support for legal threats. So these are all resources that we have for users in, I think, a challenging world. And all of these things are things that we have developed over time and improved them because people have given us feedback when we've spoken at conferences, when we have looked at the cases that we face. So I think it's really important that we as a community stay connected and in conversation about the challenges that we face and how we can support each other in all forms, not just threats, but also the opportunities that we face. And so I've been really glad that Anusha has been spending some time with our community in Africa, attended Wiki Indaba, and has been listening to some of the needs and also opportunities that our community is seeing there. So maybe Anusha, you could tell us a little bit more about that community.
Yeah, so there's so much energy in Africa around adding free knowledge to our projects, and every conference, every event, every conversations I've had has been filled with what that opportunity looks like for Africa in particular, because as we know, we have a lot of gaps on our project when it comes to African content. And so filling those gaps is very important, but not just filling those gaps. One of the things that struck me at the last Indaba, which took place in Johannesburg, was how important Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects are to also preserving language in African communities. So it really becomes a vital source for preservation of language in face of erasure, in face of the threats that they've faced from colonialism, as well as other systemic challenges. And what we are seeing is that there is so many contributions that are coming from the Africa region, not just in terms of content on Wikipedia, but also photo contests like Wiki Loves Monuments and Wiki Loves Africa. And so we want to see more of those. I've also heard from African communities that they are concerned about representation in the movement, and that is something that is top of mind for them. They want to be part of more governance structures within the movement, as well as on the foundation board. And we just got over, as we talked about, our first meeting with users with extended rights, and I heard conversations in that room about African representation amongst users with extended rights as well. They're also core focused on, I know, growing the editor base, and that's really important overall to how we see the future of Wikipedia in Africa in particular. What I am really, really encouraged by when I speak to some of our volunteers is that the thing that makes them stay in the movement, despite frustrations with article deletions or reverts, is really the network of mentors that has been created in this community, and those mentors actually keep people coming back. So it's mentorship, it's growing the programming around how to edit Wikipedia and inviting newcomers in, as well as the tremendous amount of user groups that are in this region that are really, really kickstarting and energizing the next generations of Wikimedians to come and contribute to the projects. And the other thing that I'd like to say is that there is some collaborations that the foundation has done also to raise awareness around knowledge gaps in Wikipedia within Africa. A couple of years ago, we ran what we call the Journalism Awards to get media interested in knowledge gaps and really emphasize the vital role that journalists play in telling those untold stories that Wikipedians then use to add content on Wikipedia. And I'm happy to say that we hope to actually run in partnership with another partner within the movement, another Journalism Awards within the Africa region, so we can continue to build awareness in this area, because it's very important to grow the community itself. So with that, I would like to face future now. We are in January 2026 about to celebrate Wikipedia's 25th birthday, the 25th birthday of English Wikipedia in particular, but really it is the birth of an idea, and I know Jimmy is in the audience right now, so it was his idea that we are going to be celebrating in January, but we are going to continue that celebration throughout the year. And I would love to know, Selena, as you think of sort of the next steps of Wikipedia in the next 10 to 15 years, what are you most hopeful about?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be excited about. The community that we've built in particular, I was so inspired by the users with extended rights group, being able to get together with them. There's so much energy around that, so much promise, and so many ideas for how we can improve, and I'm not going to quote it exactly right, but we were talking about, what happens when, we all get together and we solve problems together. We solve one problem, but then, there's another one. We maybe create another one that needs to be solved. And I think that the spirit around that, people were really excited to think about, in particular, how can we onboard people, collaborate on ways of getting more people together, and just continue this energy around users with extended rights. I also had so many conversations this conference about AI, and people were presenting, their perspectives on potential danger, even, problems that they're seeing. But what they paired that with was their hope for ways that they could just bring people together and solve problems. So I saw a great presentation from Matthias Schindler, and he was talking about ISBNs, super nerdy topic, and looking into how to identify broken ISBNs that may have been added by a generative AI cut and paste. But what we talked about was the way that we could bring data to that conversation to contextualize the problem, and then give that data back to the community to work on it and solve problems together. So that's a collaboration that he and I are going to do in the future, near future. And I in looking that 10 to 15 year time frame, that's just what I see for us, because I think we've built this incredible system for people to connect, to identify great opportunities for spreading knowledge in the world, to find problems that need to be solved and to solve them together. And that's really what I see for us going forward. And I know, Stephen, I think you should share also your vision for this long-term future.
Yeah, I mean,
I spent a lot of my day job looking at challenges and problems, but again, I'm really here because I love the projects, and I think that they are more important for the world than ever. And so I think that's kind of the starting place. And when I thought about Mariana's question about like what the next generation looks like, or how that next generation of Wikipedia will come about, my first thought was that generation is going to start with the people that we have today. And so I've been thinking a lot about what that means for me and what that means for the community we have today. So I started, contributing to Wikipedia as a volunteer, and I did that because I thought the idea, was cool, and it philosophically resonated with me. It made me motivated and passionate. I'm sure many of you felt the same way when you clicked the edit button for the first time. But what got me to stay involved with Wikipedia for many years was more than just that idea. It was kind of, as Anusha said, it was the people. I met people very early on in my kind of Wikipedia experience, and many of those people are at this Wikimania today. And I think that's just tremendously cool that we've got a community that has sort of welcomed me in, and I think about the welcoming that I need to do to you all, and I think about the welcoming that all of us should be doing to each other, and who we can go back to our home communities, wherever we came from, and who we can welcome to be part of that next generation, because ultimately it's going to start with us.
Awesome.
I'll just close by saying the 25th anniversary is going to be a big opportunity for all of us. Very shortly, we'll be releasing some assets in order to celebrate the birthday on Meta for all volunteers to use. This is a celebration of our volunteers. 25 years into Wikipedia, we now have over 300 languages and over 66 million articles, and that is because of our volunteers, of our community. We want to celebrate all of you all of next year.
Thank you. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you all. Jaime and I are going to be the mic runners for questions. There have been years in the past where we've needed to curate questions a little more carefully, but just stand up and ask anything you want to anybody. I might ask if there's a person you're asking the question to and who you are. Do you mind standing up?
Hello, I'm Valentin. I'm from Wikimedia Ukraine, but also many global think involvement. So to add a bit of fire into this conversation, what's really a challenge, I think, for us all is the thing that brought internet as we see it together right now is arguably one sentence in one US law, in Section 230. So, and now there is even more ideas to repeal that. So how do you think we should address it, and is there any plans if that would be changed anyway?
That's a great question. I think, Stephen, that's for you.
I'm assuming that's for me, although maybe you want to talk about Section 230. Someone on the legal team joked that's the dentist's favorite law, Section 230. No one gets, okay, sorry. I'll say that for those who aren't familiar with the Communications Decency Act of 1996, I don't know. Yeah, Leanna's in the audience somewhere. Yes, our Section 230 and the expert in the back. It was a really fundamental law. 1996 is like, early internet, set out a lot of the principles for how the internet should work, and honestly has been really important for Wikipedia's growth and success. That law is still there in the United States. There have been a lot of political changes, and honestly a lot of conversation about changing that law, but it has not changed. It's been amended here and there, and we watch it extremely closely in the Wikimedia Foundation because of its importance. But I will say it is not the only law we depend upon. There was a New York Times story maybe 2 years ago that talked about Section 230, the fundamental law for the internet, blah, 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 and they had a correction at the bottom that said, we previously identified Section 230 when we meant the First Amendment, which is part of the Constitution, which is a little bit harder to change than Section 230. But I think just shows that there, in the United States alone, are a number of laws that protect the work we do on Wikipedia. And even as Section 230 changes, we may still see, we have these other laws that we rely upon. And the internet over those years has gotten much more global, and we operate Wikipedia in many countries in the world that have a very different regime than the United States. And we're able to do that by relying on different laws, and those laws also protect the way community-governed content works. And I think that the arguments we use to run Wikipedia in those other countries are ones that we might need to consider using in the United States as well. But all that to say, there has been a lot of change. I think it is important to watch that change. I think Section 230 is extremely important, but it is not kind of the sole load-bearing pillar. If it were to be amended, Wikipedia would crumble. You will probably read some blog posts, probably from Liana, about this if it becomes more under threat, but we're watching it very closely.
Hello, Jeremy Ludlow from Wikimedia Australia. This is more a hopefully constructive comment rather than a question. We're builders attending a fireside chat with the Wikimedia Foundation executives. But I've noticed, particularly on Stephen's part, that there's been much mention of Wikipedia. So I'd just like to remind everyone present that Wikimedia is about a lot more than just Wikipedia. It's also Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons, Wikisource, Wiktionary, Wikivoyage, and so on. And these are all very useful projects that many of us participate in. It's great to hear that the Foundation is very interested in Wikipedia, but we also like to hear about the other projects because they're also important. So I just wanted to make that brief comment. Thank you.
And I know that's not a question. I'll just respond and say I am, for a period of time, was probably more active on English Wikisource, which I think needs more law coverage than it currently has, and is a really cool project. Also, thankfully, one less often subject of lawsuits than Wikipedia, so I think about it a little bit less in my day job, but it is on my mind.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from? Yeah, there's one. I'll get to you. Again, if you wouldn't mind standing up and just introducing yourself.
Hi, Marcin from Polish Wikipedia. I would like to ask about a subject that has been touched already. I mean, new users, because there are multiple sieves that the people need to come before they become active contributors to Wikimedia. Of course, there are different things that we can do in order to encourage or help them. But one of these, quite mysterious personally to me, is that majority of new accounts have totally no edits, like no activity on Wiki. And is there anything that the foundation does either to investigate or to know better who are they and why they didn't even start to edit, to publish their first edit? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, it's very interesting to me because I really want to know motivations, of all of our users. Like, why are you coming to us? Like, what are you doing? One of the, so there have been some surveys done of this type of user, and what we discover is that they are creating the accounts because they're like looking for the kinds of reader features that you might find in another kind of website, because people's expectations over the last 25 years, they've changed a little bit about what you get from an account. So when we're thinking about that type of user, we actually have some features that we can surface to them. They're available to everyone. An IP editor could use them as well. But I think if we put them a little more front and center, prompted the users even, that's kind of what they're expecting us to do now. And it's a little bit of a mindset shift for folks, that have been around for a really long time, that users might be coming and creating accounts so that we would bother them with features. That is kind of the expectation now. So I think that's just important to remember that expectations around behavior around accounts, it's really changed a lot in 25 years. And so we're kind of thinking about new ways of engaging. So maybe one of those types of users, what they want to do is they want to highlight text, either because they want to say that was a really great sentence and kudos to whoever did that, and they can't figure out the diff system, and they're like, can I just highlight this and put a heart on it or something? Or they might be highlighting something that's confusing, right? So there's ways that we could be engaging with those account creators, and we're kind of trying to think about, and we're really open, if you have ideas that you want to share, what you think that we should do, we're all ears. We want to hear your ideas, and we have some of our own that we're going to be trying out in the coming years.
We have a question from the online chat that somebody is going to read, just so we allow some virtual participation in the session as well.
So the question is from Dakmada. Sorry if I got the name wrong. So question for the panel. What do you all think of Wikisource and how the Wikimedia Foundation can support it more actively?
I mean, I brought up Wikisource. I love it. I think it's great. We've got all of these primary source materials that are in the public domain that need to be digitized, that haven't, and there's kind of a very active but just soothing process of going through the process of moving this material onto Wikisource. I've heard some really awesome stories from folks who use Wikisource as a language preservation tool for digitizing material that might not be available online in a language that is not highly available online, and all these conversations around what the future of AI looks like and how the future of AI will look like whatever it ingests. It makes me think a lot about Wikisource as perhaps one of these mechanisms where new things enter the internet from the offline world. I will say, as a Wikisource user, it is not the easiest piece of software to work with, and it's probably not the most visited site that we have in our sort of collection of websites. And I think it's important for us to put some of our thought towards how we meet users where they are. And if many of our users are on Wikipedia, I think about how we can meet them there. And so that maybe is a question about how Wikisource fits into our other projects.
Yeah. We've got time for more questions. Jaime, do you mind getting?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rehman. I'm from Sri Lanka. So I've been an editor since 2008, and I'm currently an admin on the English Wikipedia and Commons. I'm not too sure if this is an answer you can give right now, but I'm just echoing a session with Nady yesterday. So back then, contributing to Wikipedia was a cool thing online. You see Wikipedia, you're a contributor, you see an article, you edit it, it's great. But now people basically switch to things like TikTok and Instagram. They get incentivized, and I know people who stop their jobs to do that, and they have a good time there. So is there any intention for Wikimedia to, incentivize heavy contributors, people who spend a lot of time on the projects? Yeah, maybe this is for Selena. Maybe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we think about this a lot right now. First of all, we were talking about reaching, 18 to 24-year-old folks, and those are the folks that are early adopters of new technology. They're really embracing these new platforms, and those new platforms are keeping them very busy, right? I think, when you think about these projects, I try to take like a very long view, including like looking into the past at, other efforts over very long periods of time to collect the knowledge of the world and make sure, that it's preserved for future generations. And I will just say there's been like a mix, over time of commercial and non-commercial government and nonprofit efforts to preserve knowledge going back very long time in the past, like libraries that people created, private collections that people created, things like that. So I think that for our project, like one of the fundamental principles of it is that it is a volunteer-run project. So for me, my view is that essential nature of it is important to maintain. And I think there's space in the world, though, for someone to try, in the public good, but like pay people. We did try it right in the beginning. Jimmy knows, like Jimmy tried to pay contributors right in the beginning, and the end result is that we are the way that we are now. So I think there's space for innovation there. I'm curious, like if somebody can try to make that work, but I think the power of the current system that we have is that it has this really powerful volunteer base. And I personally am not sure how to evolve that system into something else, but I would really love to see someone try and make it incredibly successful, But yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with the system that we have now.
Have time for one more question, if there is one, or a comment. Yep, Lucy, I may come to you.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Wikimedia UK, and it is a comment, not a question. So it's just that a lot of people around the room work together on the Wikimedia 2030 strategy, and others may not have worked on it, but use that as their sort of guiding star in their work. I also am aware of the multi-generational strategy that the foundation is leading on, and I absolutely agree that we need to have that long-term vision. My comment is that I'd love to see more of a sort of connection and an alignment of the 2030 strategy and the multi-generational strategy so that we're all really facing in the same direction as a movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. That's a great comment. We'll just close by saying that these are all topics we can keep talking about. So in addition to all of us, including Jaime, myself, and our colleagues on the stage, we have most of our Board of Trustees in the room. Maybe if I could just ask our Board of Trustees to stand up so you know who they are. These are people that can help answer questions if you have them. Jimmy can answer almost any question. And just to say thank you for coming and spending this session with us, and I hope what you heard is a real openness where we don't know the answers, that we try to figure them out together with all of you. With that, thank you very much.
welcome to this conspiratorial session. I think, well, speaking for myself, I'm quite tired, and I think the air has been used up in this room, and it's kind of a little late in the day, but this is, I hope, quite an interesting session. So come and enjoy my ideas. I hope you'll enjoy this. It's about how conspiracy theorists engage with information and emotion and what we might be able to learn from that as Wikimedians. I'm Daria Sobulska. I'm a director of programs at Wikimedia UK, where I've been for 12 years now running our programs around information literacy, learning how to engage with Wikipedia, the information ecosystem, and all of that. So you would think that I know a lot, but I had an experience during the pandemic where somebody close to me went really quite deep into the conspiracy land. And me faced with this person and trying to converse with them, I felt quite sort of helpless in the face of like the endless arguments and the amount of research that the other person was doing. It was honestly quite overwhelming, and I didn't really know what to do with that. And it wasn't even just the information or like the amount of facts that I was struggling with, is that the approach that this person was taking to research, how they were describing how they got to where they were, sounded very similar to how we talk about information literacy in Wikipedia workshops. So it's things like check your sources, question things, don't immediately trust things, don't be a passive consumer of knowledge, do your own research. Like, this is exactly what we say when we talk to people about Wikipedia. We don't say like, oh, it's perfect. It's about like questioning, being active. So it's the same sort of narrative. But it gets worse, because not only did it sound the same, the approach of my family member and ours at Wikimedia, but emotionally, it sounded, it's what my reflection was, that what we teach at Wikimedia can be a bit dry, technical, a bit tedious, whilst the research of conspiracy theorists can be like quite exciting and engaging. If you had the experience, there's often like a twinkle in somebody's eyes, like, oh my God, did you hear this and this? Like, it's an exciting type of engagement with, let's say, knowledge or information. So I did a project last year which was engaging with this observation, like what does that mean? Is it that conspiracy theories will always be more interesting than Wikimedia? What can we, if we observe this surface level similarity in the narrative, in the approach to research, what can we learn from that? What is it about the conspiracy theorists that is more interesting and engaging than what we do? And how can we reflect on that? And the other point is that if we just dismiss the conspiratorial side, we miss out on insights and on learning. So for me, that was important. Now, two kind of points before I move further. Part of my project was about depolarization and trying to understand each other. So I'm really trying not to use like us and them language, but it's quite hard not to explain what I'm talking about without like them, the conspiracists, and us, the Wikimedians. But bear that in mind, I'm trying to move away from this sort of black and white division. So that's one thing. And the other thing, like, I do appreciate a lot of conspiracy theories are quite harmful. They can be actively oriented towards harming, but this project is not about that. It's just an invitation to reflect on that similarity and to learn something from the other side. So I wanted to say more about the sort of similarities that I found. So you saw some headlines, but I wanted to like dig deeper into this. If you engage with the conspiratorial side, you do see that the approaches to research can be quite similar. So there's a few kind of categories that I found. One is methods of assessing information. So in that group, like if you see what the conspiracists say that they do when they're engaged in their research, is things like think about what is the source of the information that you found, where did it come from, who wrote it, how did you get it, what's the motivation of the author, of the source of the information, the origin. There is a lot of kind of orientation towards original research, like unmodified sources of information are quite valued. And of course, this like do your own research, that's always very important, getting to the bottom of things, being a bit mistrustful and just a critical citizen, and always question more, which is nice also because it's like a call to action. It's very active as an orientation towards research. There was this research from Ofcom a few years ago on people engaged with conspiratorial beliefs, and they were saying that people who engage in this sort of sphere take care to assess the information based on various factors, including on which platforms they found the information, who was communicating it, what's the tone and style. It's the sort of things that we would advise people to do as well. So there's the methods of assessing information. Then another bucket I was engaging with is personality traits. So there's the love of research, and really this is really common for all of us here. Desire to know the truth, a skeptical approach, being a bit contrarian, critical, all of this has an element, and there's a lot of emotion there as well. So there's a lot of like excitement in the discovery of investigating information, although also a sense of kind of fear around the world and like trying to protect yourself from various anxieties. Another bucket, active participation in learning. This is something that we use a lot in Wikimedia UK. We say be an active producer of knowledge, not a passive consumer. This is something that the conspiratorial side uses as well, like do not be like a passive kind of follower. Steve Bannon uses that a lot in his like war room to like this active citizen, and so it's quite an empowering language, one that we use at Wikimedia UK as well. And also a lot of stress on the value of speaking out is also something that's really valued. And then another thing, the last thing that I found in common is dismissing the other side. And this is quite tricky, something that I try to address with the project, but on the conspiratorial side, people would call the others sheeple, you know, just like followers, mindless followers. But on like our side, we might call the conspiracists like going into rabbit holes. And you will see, I'll speak about the comic in a second, there is quite a lot of imagery of like sheep and rabbits because of that. But it's, I found it quite disheartening that both sides dismiss the other, and so we like lose opportunity to learn from what the other side does quite well, let's say. And my main point here is that whilst the conspiracy theories might get the facts wrong, might not have the factual information, but they capture and resonate with the underlying emotions of various themes really quite skillfully and quite well. So let me talk about the emotional side now a bit deeper. It seems like there's actually quite a lot of various aspects of emotion that is relevant in teaching information literacy and in learning in general. There could be this excitement of discovery that I already mentioned, but also like a desire to belong to a certain group that like knows a section of information, and this delight of correcting and enlightening others that I'm sure a lot of us here enjoy as well. But then there is this other set of maybe boredom, of kind of quite factual learning, shame of being proven wrong and needing to change opinion, discomfort of functioning in a complex or ambiguous environment. So those are also emotions that the conspiratorial side harnesses, and ones that if we don't take into consideration when we're teaching information literacy, we might not be able to like break through and change someone's mind, because it's also an emotional process, not just a factual one. So I guess my thought here is that we need to confront emotions that people engage with that people have when they engage with information or with complex information, and need to really remember that learning is not just purely cognitive, but can include difficult emotions that are needed to change someone's mind. How I think about it here is like complexity resilience. So it's teaching people or like engage with emotions that help learners be comfortable with ambiguity, with complexity, with difficult information landscapes. And for us, I think this becomes really relevant when we function within knowledge equity. So contexts where the knowledge might be contested, when we're trying to learn about different ways of engaging with information. This is all quite complex, and without including emotion in there, we might be like confusing people, stressing them out, and maybe actually even pushing them towards conspiracy theories so that they have easier answers to the complexity that we're talking about. And my other point is that it's really important to try and bring to be mindful of the emotions and not alienate people because of the polarization risk. So let me tell you what I'm thinking here. Misinformation and conspiracy theories drive polarization because they kind of create different worlds that we don't even agree on like what's real anymore. But promoting kind of simplistic arguments, like positioning ourselves as like cleverer than others, being self-righteous about what we know, also drives polarization. So if information literacy practitioners just think that we have all the answers and don't engage at all with the conspiracy theories side, it actually creates more division and kind of does the job of the conspiracies, like the malicious conspiracies for us, because we don't talk to each other anymore and we just dismiss each other, which is even worse of an outcome, I think, than if we didn't work on information literacy in this way. And this is something that's quite key for me as I think about programs at Wikimedia UK, because we have programs around information literacy, but we also focus a lot on knowledge equity. And all the while, we also have this like long-term goal of a less polarized society. So for me, it's really important to find a way of marrying the information literacy, this sort of quest for factual knowledge, and also understanding the complexity of like information landscapes, so that somehow have those two themes together in a way that creates a more understanding society and less polarization. So it's a quest, and I think it's quite difficult. Where how this might be done, I'm not really sure. But I think when we think about teaching and how information literacy teaching could be changed based on the advice that I have here, I feel like it's something about bringing different people together, maybe having teachers, but maybe librarians to also think about the complex information ecosystem, maybe also Wikimedia affiliates to talk about the complexity of information and bring some skepticism, but also understanding of others, and like something that brings the anxiety down and kind of piques more curiosity, whilst also being kind of supported by facts. Because just pure curiosity will also maybe lead you down the wrong path. I actually brought booklets because this project, whilst a research, was also an artistic project. As you can see, it created a comic book, and I think, unless somebody's moved them, they're like at the last row chair. So if you're leaving, help yourself to a booklet, and some of them include the comic as well. I'll show you some of the slides just to explain the story. The story of that underpins the research shows kind of two teachers and their different orientation towards teaching. One is like pure excitement of research and discovery, and another which is kind of quite tedious and boring and only about facts, and kind of how both of those approaches, if they're not underpinned, one of them with like more understanding of complex emotion, and the other with a bit more being rooted in fact, might lead into conspiratorial thinking. So you can see how students kind of are led into various rabbit holes. Actually, the outcome is that the teacher loses control of the classroom, and they all get into conspiracy theories, and they actually decide, they kind of stage a revolt. They decide that they don't need teachers, really. They want to question more and just go into the real world and explore the knowledge ecosystem by themselves, which leads the teachers to have a bit of an existential crisis. Luckily, it's a positive story, so it ends well. Some of the students decide that the external world is a little bit too scary after all, and they would like to have an underpinning of an education system, so they come back. Also, I was strongly encouraged to have a positive ending, so I tried. And that's the story. I think both the research and the story kind of bring something to this fairly complex argument about the role of emotion, depolarization, what can we learn from the other side, and I hope you found it interesting. We actually have quite a few minutes for questions, so I think I'll pause here and see if you have any reactions or indeed questions based on what I shared. The QR code, I think, just leads you to a page where there's like a little bit more about the project and how the research was created, and also like an electronic version of the booklet that somebody kindly distributed. Thank you. So, any thoughts? Oh yeah, and I think we have a mic. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this brilliant talk. I particularly liked it because it was connected with artwork. We should do that much more often. And you laid out perfectly that between conspiracy theorists and people that try to do academic research, for example, or even be Wikipedians, there is a lot in common concerning the method. But so the difference then is just a tiny fraction, right? Because of the reliability of sources is differently valued. So how do you think, and I probably didn't quite get that one, how can we bridge this gap? I mean, we could, I think we could, we have a lot to connect with the conspiracy theorists and say, oh, well, yeah, you're doing your research, and by the way, question more. I think that was the most powerful propaganda thing by the Russian, by RT,
today,
so
yes.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, but I'm not sure the question, so...
The question is, how do you bridge the gap that is still existing then?
Okay, but I don't know if we... So there is plenty of thoughts and lots of research, and I think research that I would agree with about the differences, and the differences are there, and I'm not sure we should, I don't know that I'm saying, I don't think I'm saying like, oh, we should become one with the conspiracies. I think my project is just a bit of a sideways glance at the possible similarities and what that means. How can we use that to reflect on how we teach, how we engage with the information literacy? I'm not sure if it's possible, and like a little bit more understanding, but I don't know if I would go any further than that, with like bridging. I'm not sure what more engaged bridge would bring. I would be curious about your thoughts about this, actually. Maybe we can talk more.
Hi, I think I'm next.
Okay, so, and then Lucy.
I also really appreciated this talk, and I have kind of a similar question to the one that was just asked. So I think you mentioned at the very beginning that sometimes the conspiracy theories can have a harm or like maybe a harmful ideology, and I think also sometimes we've seen on our projects that when there is contention around what is or is not truth or what is or is not reliable, it can become really emotional, which you also mentioned. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on when somebody who is a part of this conspiracy theory starts to create harm in our spaces, when kind of having this discourse. Like, do you have any guidance on, obviously have an empathetic point of view, but how to kind of make sure that our community still feels safe and, you know, doesn't kind of have that kind of harm mutated onto them?
It was important for me to stress this disclaimer exactly because of this, but maybe a disappointing answer, like I didn't engage with that so much because that's like a whole other huge topic. I think, again, I was thinking more about the, like, if it's possible to say that even, like some less harmful spaces, or to stress the point that some people, okay, some like originators of conspiracy theories definitely do it for harm, for like destabilization of the information ecosystem, or worse, for polarization and so on. I was just thinking about people who maybe are just love research and don't have harmful intent, but it becomes a very complex and uncomfortable argument, which is why I thought it's important to stress that, okay, there is harm in here and like questions of safety. It's just thinking more about, for us, getting inspiration from the similarities of it. But yeah, the safety and the harm on our systems, that's the whole other question, and I do have some thoughts on it, but I think I'll pause here so we have time for possibly the two other questions.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it just occurred to me, and I thought maybe you wanted to comment on this, that what we do and what the conspiracy theorists are doing, and you know, some of us are conspiracy theorists about some other things, I guess, but that's not what we're going to go into now. I wonder if they're sort of two sides of the same coin, reflecting a turn in education over the last couple of decades from encouraging critical thinking, which was always a challenge, let's face it, which the educational establishment was always challenged at doing it best, no matter it's how much it wanted to a focus on teaching to, you know, rigidly to get to a model, like get results on a certain level of average results on a certain test, and you know, a more focusing on learning that resulted in a lot of test drill, a lot of learning by rote, and not really a lot of time in class to explore critical thinking, and people are just catching up on what they feel they missed but they can't quite articulate.
I agree. I think it is this shift towards like more active critical thinking in teaching that might result in a problem that I was describing. So it's really like mind boggles. Yeah, it's super interesting. And the other thing I'll just say, oh, will you have a question? Okay, all right. And maybe just one comment very briefly to say also, like I didn't go into this, but there's also a possibility, it's quite hard to study, that the conspiratorial side kind of co-opted and weaponized our narrative of the information literacy against us. You know, like they're using possibly like our terms to kind of discredit it, show that like you can use this approach and arrive somewhere else. But that's like a whole other rabbit hole to go down.
I think that all these questions show how important it was for you to bring this perspective. So I thank you for bringing it, and it was very, very useful. And maybe to answer some of the questions, because I myself was really into how do we talk with the other side, the people who have very different opinion. And there is a book, How Minds Change, by David McRaney, that really completely changed my perspective and really helped me. And one of the things that it reminds us is that perhaps, as you underline about emotions, perhaps it's not about the facts and the publication, but it is how we feel and what kind of relationships we have and how they shape our minds. And in that book, you can really have like ready, not only science, but also ready guidelines on how to potentially build that bridge if you want to do that.
Yes, How Minds Change.
How Minds Change by David McGrane. He runs a podcast, You Are Not So Smart. That
Yes.
is,
Yeah.
so
I
it's
think
very interesting.
we're out of time, but I will like to respond to this. I do think it's really important for us to remember that it's very hard to change people's minds, and it's not just an intellectual process, it's also like emotional and a social one. So an important lesson for us to bear in mind, one that I think the other side uses very well, so we should learn from that. All right, thank you.
is Isaac Olatunde from Nigeria. I designed and supported the implementation of the Wikipedia Pages Warning Photos campaign. It's one of the numerous campaigns within our movement that empower people to add images to Wikipedia articles where they are lacking. But this is not really about Wikipedia Pages Warning Photos campaign per se, but how to organize a campaign in a multilingual languages. So let's talk about campaigns generally. Campaign, it's a very important aspect of the work we do within our movement. And its definitions varies from organizations to organizations. But within the Wikimedia context, we have specific definitions for it. This is because of the values that it adds to what we do as Wikipedians and also as a global movement. But generally, it's a coordinated effort to generate content and improve the content within the Wikimedia project. But usually it must be organized within a specific time framework. But if you look at this definition, it's very limited in scope because campaigns does more than that. It's not just about creating content or improving the existing one. It's also a drive for knowledge equity. So it's one of the ways that we promote knowledge equity within our movement. In addition to that, it also helps to bridge knowledge gap, within the Wikimedia movement. And today we have thousands of Wikipedia editors, but many of them came as a result of their participation in one campaign or the other. I have a lot of them that I still mentor to date that came in as a result of participating in our campaign. So it's also served as a very valuable tool for creating awareness about the Wikimedia movement. When you organize a campaign, there will be a lot of activities that goes with it, including promotion on social media, the use of central notice banner, and what have you. So all of this gives visibility to the Wikimedia movement and also the projects, the various Wikimedia projects that we have. It also serves as a way to promote knowledge equity, as I said earlier. Maybe, for example, there's a particular knowledge that is underrepresented in a particular language, and you felt that this needs to be upscaled. You can organize a campaign, because if you want to sit down to do them alone, maybe you will spend 1,000 years to be able to bridge that gap. So most of the time, you need to bring in more people so that you can be able to bridge that gap. So campaign helps to achieve that within our movement. Usually, when you talk about campaign, then you must talk about a problem, because campaign is actually an approach, it's a model that we use to solve problems. It's not all problems that you need a campaign model to solve. For example, if you are contributing to local language and you realize that the number of women articles there, it's extremely low compared to what you have, let's say, on the English Wikipedia. And if you want to say, okay, let me just gather my friends or people within my immediate environments to write about this content, maybe you will spend several years to be able to bridge that gap. But you can organize it on a very large scale, bring people from different movements to join you to bridge that gap. And campaign can also be that particular tool that you can use. But when you have an idea, usually your idea needs to be refined. You have a thought, you felt, okay, campaign can solve this problem. But without refining that idea, you are not very likely going to have a successful outcome. So I have about 4 steps in which you can actually refine your idea. The first step is to document that idea itself. Because if you don't write it down, you are very most likely going to miss an important aspect of that idea. So when you write it down, then you now need to find a way to share that idea. Usually you look for an experienced person who has done something similar, to share that idea with. And exactly that was what we did when we were, organizing the Wikipedia Pages Warning Photos campaign. I have that idea, but we don't have a template. Unlike Wikilove's Monument, Wikilove's Earth, you can model any of these. But the one that involves adding photos to a Wikipedia article does not exist. So I needed to speak to a lot of people who can help me shape that idea. And some of you are here. So that was very, very helpful for us. Then the next step is to also share with other volunteers. There are a lot of people within our movement who may not be interested in what you do per se, But when you bring that ideas to them, they can actually offer some very helpful insight. So we did also just that. Then when you are done with all of this, it's now time for you to take actions. So you now need to turn your ideas from just an idea to action. And to do that, you run a pilot. Pilot means you start small. If you have an idea to bridge a knowledge gap, maybe let's say on 30 or 40 languages, Wikipedia, for instance, it will be very counterproductive for you to start with that number of, languages because it's a new thing. So you need to start small, let's say 2 or 3, to be able to learn how the entire thing will be. But to start, you must create a theme, which means your campaign must have a direction. It must have a scope. People must understand what you want to achieve with your campaign. So when you do that, you now need to ask yourself, who and who do I need to bring, to this team that will be a great advantage to what I want to do? You can think of people who speak that language, for example, and look for an experienced person in that community to join you. Or you get someone who is very familiar with how to use social media, for example. So you invite that person to your team. But usually, when you are organizing a multilingual campaign, you must not ignore the language. You don't just bring people in your immediate environment. You look for people, especially those that are, contributing to the language that you are targeting. Then when you bring these people on board, you now assign roles. You can't be the only one doing everything. I remember when I, conceived the idea of, running that campaign, I knew I cannot liaise with everybody. I don't speak their language. I can't handle translations. I can't even run social media, So I brought all, manners of people to come on board and help with those things. And we assign roles. We have someone who was in charge of liaising with the communities. We have someone who is helping us to post on social media. We have someone in charge of sending out notice banner and what have you. So it's very important you assign responsibilities so that you don't get overwhelmed with the task. Then it's important for you to inform the local communities where you want to implement that campaign. If you do that early enough, it helps them to understand what you want to do and how they can support you. Because usually people are very skeptical when you are organizing a drive that involves editing of live article, for example. So you can easily get a pushback. But if you share the idea with them ahead of time, it's very, very easier for them to even help you remodel your idea. Because we have seen campaigns that get launched and get shut down within 24 hours. So because people don't understand what you are trying to do, especially when the participant has been disruptive as well. So that's one important thing you need not to ignore. Then you must select the best time for your campaign. There are a lot of campaigns that is running within our movement. If you run your campaign during a major campaign, let's say Wikilove's Monument or Wikilove's Earth, for example, you are very likely not going to have people participating in your campaign because they would have been busy with those mega campaigns. So you need to look at the time within the year when you think that your campaign will really get people's attention. So it has also been proven that campaigns and context that are built around Wikimedia affiliates are usually very successful. If you look at most of the campaigns that we have today and context, they involved Wikimedia affiliates. So because they can help you implement them locally. I live in Nigeria, for example. I don't know what's going on in Germany or in Brazil and what have you. But if you involve the people in those communities, they can help you take it to the people, the grassroots, those that are, really contributing in those languages communities. So it's important you also involve the affiliate community. But before you run a campaign, there are basic things that must be done. If you don't do them, you are not very likely going to be successful, unfortunately. And one of them is to create an information page, usually a meta page, that includes detailed information about your campaign, so that when people visit that page, they understand at a glance what you want to do. And you keep it simple. If it's too complex, people don't have time to read bulky things. So if it appears too complex for them, they will just scroll in and just move away. So you need to keep it simple. Let the scope be very clear. The timeline, when you want to run that campaign. Then the participating instruction is also very important. People want to know how to be involved with it. Then if you are also offering prizes, you must state it there because people like to be appreciated. Though there's also a problem that comes with prizes as well. So because you are running a multilingual campaign, you need to understand that translations are very important. And when you are translating, you don't just You must bring the real people who understand the language. You don't use ChatGPT to translate content. You bring people. I think we have a particular group of people, translators, who really help to do this. You can invite them to help you prepare the paper for translation in case you don't know how to do it. Of course, they have been very, very helpful in helping people to do things like that. But generally, you should prepare your page for translation at least 4 weeks before your campaign, so that when people visit the page ahead of time, they are able to read something meaningful in their language. If you leave it in the general language you speak, maybe French or English, and someone from Serbia visits, for example, is not likely going to come back again because he can't read it in his own language. So this aspect is very, very important. So prizes. People love to be appreciated when they participate in things like this. So you need to have a sort of prizes for them. Yes, monetary prizes have been given in the past, but the community has also frowned, at that, saying, well, it gives an impression of paid editing, then it also motivates people to be unnecessarily sporadic and, in the process, disrupting the encyclopedia. Why I do not think we should second guess, the motivation of other people, but I do also think there's a merit in that. So that concern was raised for Wikipedia pages for example, that people are just, messing things up because of the money that we put. So we quickly have to remodel, to change the monetary price and introduce something like swags and, a plague award that can, reasonably be considered as offline Bankstar. We are used to giving Bankstar on Wiki. So we now present, a physical Bankstar to people, and that's really worked and took care of the community concerns around, that. Then you may also need the resources, funding to implement your campaign. When I designed the Wikipedia Pages Warning Photos campaign that year, I didn't have grants, and I was not interested in getting the Wikimedia Foundation grant at that time. So what I did was approach another organization who gave us $1,000 at the time. So that was used to take care of the prizes. Though the turnout was very low, but a good number, because we have about 21 Wikimedia affiliates joining that year. And the next year, we have about 65 affiliates joining. And that year alone, we added images to about 167,000 Wikipedia articles in over 150 languages. So that was huge. So those are some of the things. Then when you are organizing a campaign, it's important for you to know that you have to track progress. You need to know what you're doing, and also be able to see that people are actually following the participation instructions that you have provided. So there are various tracking tools that we have. Some are very effective, some are not too effective. Some has limitations. For example, the outreach dashboard, if you use it to track metrics, when people register there, yes, it gives an impression that they've registered for your campaign, but whatever they do outside of your campaign also counts as if they are participating in your campaign. And sometimes that can be very, very, how do I call it, maybe deceptive or something, when you are not quoting the right, metrics. Then we also have the hashtag tools. That one work pretty well, but only with Wikipedia articles. You can't use that to track contributions to Wikidata or to Commons, for example. So you need to understand the nature of your campaign, and because this would be what will determine the kind of tool you will use to track your progress. And when you're tracking, you need to also share the metrics with the participant. They need to know how far they are going, For example, you can spotlight a particular editor who is actually doing very well and say, hey, XYZ editor has created 10, 15 articles, depending on what you saw on the metrics. Please join us. Let's bridge this knowledge gap. So people get inspired, when they see things like that and join those campaigns. Then during the campaign, there are also things you must do. One important thing is to monitor the progress. If you don't just organize a campaign and you go to bed, and you think the campaign will take care of itself. No, you must keep eye on, the progress and see whether people are actually following the instructions. And you must also keep eyes on the talk pages of your campaign, as well as notable notice board. Even if you don't speak that language, assign some of your team member to keep eyes there, especially large language Wikipedia. Because the community doesn't like a situation where there's a problem and they pinged you to come and comment on it and you're not just responding. So it gives an impression that you are either, being intentionally disruptive, or you're not ready to take responsibility for your campaign that you have organized. And usually that can be very counterproductive. So you need to respond to inquiries. Then when you are done with your campaign, that is after your campaign, there are also things you need to do. First, you must review all the contributions. You must get people also to join you to review them, so that you are able to see whether the level of disruptions is high. If the level is high, you may need to now look for a way to do what we call cleanup. So you must clean the mess that has been created. When I say you, I'm not talking about you as a single person. I'm talking about your team. And if it's something that is beyond your team, you can escalate to the local affiliate that helped you in implementing the campaign. So that way, you can minimize the community's concerns around the negative impact that comes with some of this, campaign. Then if you must issue prizes, then you must have a team to review, the contributions, so that you give the prize to the right persons. It's not something that you can sit down and do on your own. Then when you are done, you need to also be able to share the outcome with the community. One of the ways to do that is to write a blog post. You can use the Wikimedia div and any other available. We use Medium before the div, and so that the community can learn about what you have done and see if it's something that they can be part of, next year. So you must evaluate your campaign. I remember in 2021, I told you we had about 65 affiliate communities signing up, joining, and the influx of content was so huge. And the English Wikipedia community was very, very angry, because there were a lot of megs that also came in with the content, because most of the people at that time were brand new editors who really doesn't know what they were doing. And they caused a lot of disruptions to the campaign. So we needed to quickly evaluate the campaign, on a large scale, to understand, what is actually causing this disruption. Because from our own hand, we felt that adding images to a Wikipedia article is a very simple thing to do. So we didn't want to actually attribute those mistakes to new editors. So we have to evaluate to actually see what exactly happened. But we're not surprised. We saw that many of the bad contributions came from new editors. And we quickly changed the scope to ensure that we restrict it to only experienced editor. And as it is today, it's only experienced editors that participate in that campaign. So when you run your pilot, the primary purpose is for you to learn from the results. First of all, you need to know, the pilot will tell you if it's something the community is interested in. So, because there's no point engaging in what people will not be interested in. So the pilot will tell you that. Then you also be able to know whether the time that you have selected for your campaign is appropriate for that campaign. Because it's a new thing. You don't know which time will work for it. So it will also help you to know what worked well and what didn't work well. So while you are evaluating, you need to document all of these things so that you can use this to improve the campaign in the next round. Please, this is a golden rule. Your pilots don't have to be successful. The fact that it is not successful does not mean that it's a failure. It means that you need to try again. And this time maybe reduce the number of language that you focus on. If you are working on 5 languages, it is time to reduce it to 2, so that you can also be able to manage whatever disruptions that arises from it. If it fails again, well, you may need to redesign it. As we did for the Wikipedia pages wanted for this campaign. We redesigned, we removed, the participation of new editors and restricted it to only experienced editors. But there are instances where you may need to stop it completely. I've just said that there are even campaigns that run within 24 hours and get shut down immediately because of the large-scale disruptions that arises with it. But you must try to understand why it fails. And to do this, you must conduct a research, just a small study. Maybe you can use the quantitative approach or both mixed method to know what exactly happened. So this way, you can improve on that. There are a few things to consider. If your pilot is successful, then it's time to organize your main campaign. And this time in several languages, because it has worked on a small scale. Now you need to increase it a bit. So you must follow the same steps that you followed when you organized the pilot. Then remember, you document what didn't work well. It is now time to do things differently. Then what worked well, it is now time to continue to do it. So, but one thing you need to understand is that nobody is born a campaign manager. It is learnable, and practice makes perfect. Thank you. I think it's time for questions. Thank you. Question?
Hello, thank you. Great presentation. I was wondering if you can give an example of a successful campaign and what worked, and the scale it was at, and then also an unsuccessful campaign and what you learned from it. Just something comes to mind.
Okay, thank you very much. For the Wikipedia Pages campaign that I helped to implement, one of the things that worked pretty well was the involvement of the Wikimedia affiliate communities. You know, if you just want to throw it open, you are not likely going to have more people, you know, working on them. Another thing that worked well is the central notice banner that we have. So thanks, Martin, who, you know, do a lot of tireless work, you know, ensuring that people have those things, you know, visible for the people. So it worked pretty well. Then the prizes also work. People like to be appreciated when they organized, you know, when they participate in events like this. What didn't work well, I would say the monetary aspect, because even buying, I live in Nigeria, for example, and I was in charge of the logistics, and buying Amazon card was, in fact, almost impossible, you know, and sending money across the country is also very challenging, you know, so that didn't work well, and we have changed that model.
Yeah. Martin, German community, but also central notice administrator. So I'm helping often multilingual campaigns, which are not that easy to manage for central notice administrators, which is why we are very happy. When you prepared well, you had that in your slides. I was happy to see it, or I was sad that you didn't mention it, but that's fine. We can probably later see this. So really have ambassadors in your languages, have translators ready for this banner text, and for the landing pages, have them easy, as you said. A good call to action so that newcomers, when you target newcomers, really understand what you want, and reach out early to the central notice administrators. I'm happy to help you with your campaigns, and my dear fellows as well. But we might need some time to prepare that, because multilingual campaigns are really difficult for central notice administrators.
Thank you very much, Martin. So I forgot to mention that when you are preparing your, you know, campaign for a central notice banner, you must start early, at least 2 months before the campaign, to allow enough time. They are very busy people, you know, so you don't come a week or 2 weeks before your campaign and say, hey, I've submitted the campaign since 2 days ago, it has never been attended to. So you are not likely going to have it approved at that, within that shortest time. So thank you very, very much, Martin, for sharing more light on that.
Okay, so a question from the online, coming from Benson. Benson says, what prices work well for campaigns, in particular Africa? What
okay.
prices?
I think that's the last question we will take, so let me quickly respond to that one. There are different campaigns, and different prices works for them. For example, the Wiki Loves Africa campaign, they still give monetary prizes for photographers who participate in them, and that has worked for them effectively. But for us that involves editing live articles, it was being interpreted as paid editing, or, you know, as something that is motivating them to be unnecessarily you know, sporadic and, you know, causing destruction. So, but generally, I think souvenirs and swags work very well if you design them and also play award. When you send it to people and they have it, and they feel much appreciated. And at least there was one editor who said, look, I've never received something like this in my entire life, and I value this particular gift more than any other things. So I think that's all for now. Thank you very much for listening. See you around.
we're all set with the tech now. Hi everyone, thank you for joining in person and thank you to everyone who's joining online. My name's Pasita Rudder and I'm the Executive Director of Wikimedia New York City. So today's session is going to be about WikiCurious, which is a new series that we launched specifically targeting new editors and folks who are supreme newcomers to the movement. I'm also going to chat a little bit about cultural strategy, which is the framework that we're using to activate new editors. So you'll get a little bit of a background about the programmatic series, and then also a little bit of insight into the strategy that we're using. So, how did we get started with this, right? How did WikiCurious come about? So I'm sure you all already have heard some of the research either at this conference or in other spaces from the Wikimedia Foundation about how we're seeing a decline in readership across the board and also in editors. And so this is a problem that we all recognize needs to be solved. And that's part of the reasoning why we wanted to experiment with WikiCurious as a series that's targeted towards those new editors. So our question was, what will it actually take to activate new editors, but not just activate them, keep them sustained in the movement for the long term? And so this is the core kind of question we were trying to answer with WikiCurious. And when we started, we were focused on New York City. So we got some funding to do some programming in New York. We're like, let's experiment, let's try this out, let's see what happens. We had no idea that it was going to grow into this US-wide programmatic strategy, which I'm going to talk about shortly. But we really wanted to see what it would look like in New York. So really our goal was to activate, inspire, and educate a new network of curious people who are interested in Wikipedia, but maybe don't have the same editing interests that the folks in this room have, right? But it's their first step into the Wikimedia world, and we wanted to use cultural strategy to get there. So this kind of outlines a little bit of the problem, as I mentioned before, right? In terms of the US landscape, we're a little different and a little unique when it comes to the affiliate ecosystem. So most affiliates have a country chapter, right? But in the US, we're a little different. We have city chapters, and we only have a handful of city chapters. But many of you know that the US is huge, it's massive, and it can fit a bunch of smaller countries. And so for us, our challenge is, you know, we have a handful of city chapters in certain states, but there is a wide array of states that have no chapters, no user groups, no collectives doing programmatic work on the ground. And for us, we felt a strong responsibility as one of the few chapters in the United States to really think about what it would look like for us to provide capacity and support to some of these places where there may be no Wikipedia programming happening at all. So that was a part of the impetus of kind of expanding beyond just New York and leading these WikiCurious events in other states. And so for us, in terms of how we're structuring WikiCurious, you can see on this slide, there are a few key bullet points that make WikiCurious different from a regular editathon. So one of them is that we're really focused on the face-to-face in-person events. We think that online events have their purpose, and we do online events in our other programmatic work. But for WikiCurious specifically, we want to be on the ground. We want to be talking face-to-face with these new editors, and we want to be able to give them more of that hands-on experience. So in all of our WikiCurious events, we are literally on the ground, working with partners in that community, and also activating community there as well. The second key thing that we're really focused on is making sure that our programming is culturally relevant. Like I mentioned before, the US is so huge that certain areas feel like a totally different culture, right? The South is very different from the culture of the East Coast, which is very different from the Midwest, which is very different from the West Coast. And so when we're thinking about doing programming in all these states, we've also got to think about what is the unique culture that exists in those communities, and how are we using cultural strategy, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, to activate that specific community around Wikipedia. The third key thing is that we don't want to work with the usual suspects, right? We know that the Wikipedia community has a network of institutions that we often work with, right? The libraries, the museums, the educational institutions, the universities. And we're doing all of that, but we want to work with people that maybe you wouldn't think would be a partner for Wikipedia, or maybe you wouldn't think would be interested in Wikipedia programming. So for us, we're really excited about looking at these different partners in these states that maybe have had no interaction with Wikipedia before, but like the editors that we're trying to recruit, are curious about what it would look like to have a partnership with Wikimedia in general. The fourth thing is just to simplify, right? We're talking about beginners. We're talking about people who might not even become long-term editors, right? They're just stepping into the room. They're curious about how Wikipedia works. We really got to make it as simple as possible for folks to understand what we're talking about when we talk about editing. And so for us, our content, the way that we train people, we want to start with the beginning and then inspire people to keep coming back to get more of that in-depth content over time. So our first WikiCurious events are always super simple, and then we activate them and engage them over time to keep coming back to get more of that in-depth training. And then the fifth thing is just make it creative and fun, right? Like, think about yourself when you go to a new event. You want it to be something that's fun and engaging. You want to be able to connect with people. You want it to be a friendly environment. And so that's the kind of experience that we try and create at WikiCurious, is this vibe around, you know, come as you are. It doesn't matter what level of experience you have, right? We have experienced editors in the room that can help you. But really, the point is to be in community with each other and learn together. And that's working out so far. We're going to see how this goes for the next 3 years. This is a 3-year pilot. And we're really interested in seeing the results of all of the activations we do across the country at the end of the 3 years. And the goal, again, is up there. Feel free to read through it as well. So, like I mentioned, we started in New York. So our launch event was at Civic Hall in New York City in July of last year. And we weren't really sure what to expect, right? We didn't know what the turnout was going to be. We didn't know what the interest level was going to be like. But we put it on. We really invested heavily in our communication strategy. We put it on Eventbrite. We put it on Wiki. We put it on social media. And it turned out to be one of our larger events. We had over 150 people attend in person and over 300 people register. So that really was the pivotal moment for us to be like, okay, we might have something here, right? Like, if people are interested in this first event, like, what would it look like to do more of these in New York and then expand that beyond New York as well? All right, so now I'm going to dive a little bit into cultural strategy, because I mentioned that that's the framework with which we're using for WikiCurious. So I have a question for you, actually. When I say culture, what do you think of? You can just shout out anything. Yep. Say that again? Cool. Nice. I think I missed one earlier as well. Glam. People. Language, yep. All of those things and more, right? Culture is literally everything that defines us as human beings. It's the music we listen to, it's the films we watch, it's the set of behaviors that tell us how to operate in the world. And so if we're talking about engaging people, especially new people, how do we do that without integrating culture into it, right? We can't activate and engage people without a cultural strategy. And so for me, cultural strategy is really important in terms of program design, and it's the way that, like I said, we've structured Wikicurious. And in terms of the cultural strategy ecosystem, this is a term that was coined about 15 years ago. And there are a lot of different definitions of what cultural strategy is. But for me, I like to use this one, not just because I helped design it, but because I actually think it encompasses what I just said and what you all just shared out, right? That cultural strategy is a field of practice and learning which engages all aspects of a cultural life and all avenues of social change, making it change-making to transform society for a just, viable, and liberatory future. And so in terms of Wikicurious, the way that we're integrating cultural strategy is thinking about both the geographical region that we're working in, what are the cultural norms, cultural practices that exist in that geographic region, and then also what are the cultural elements that we can integrate into the theme of a Wikicurious. So for example, if we were to do a Wikicurious in Miami, which we will be doing in a few weeks, right, what is the demographics of Miami? It's heavily Latino. What do people like to listen to? They like to listen to salsa music. They like to listen to bachata. So what kind of programming can we create that infuses all of those elements to excite people to come out to a Wikipedia program? Right, let's edit Wikipedia articles about Latin music and culture, and let's ingrain music into the actual programming, right? Let's have a live salsa band, let's have a DJ, let's talk about the history of Latin music in the US. So these are all the things that we're thinking about when we talk about cultural strategy within Wikicurious. I also wanted to just lift up the ways that other people are using cultural strategy. So this is not at all related to Wikimedia or Wikipedia, but I wanted to lift it up as a really nice case study of how people are using cultural strategy as a tool to mobilize and activate community. So this is the Ride to the Polls campaign. So it's really centered around the US elections, and really the thought behind it was, let's think about using culture to activate specific communities. So in the first example, we're looking at Native and Indigenous community in the US and thinking about the histories of how they would get to the polls, right? So in the beginning of their voting life, they would ride to the polls on horseback, right? Living on the reservation, horses were the mode of transportation. And so with this campaign, they wanted to reactivate that to engage people to vote. And so there was a whole campaign around getting people to ride on horseback to polling locations to vote. And then the second video is about quinceañeras, which is a very traditional practice and coming of age ceremony for Latino communities. And for this was in San Antonio, Texas, really thinking about, again, the mode of transportation. In Texas, people like to ride big pickup trucks. They like to ride with their lowriders. So there was a whole campaign around getting people to the polls in lowriders and pickup trucks with people in their quinceañera dresses. So I think we have some time to play the videos. So we'll play the first one first for a little bit, and then we'll do the second one.
We're the first peoples of this land. This is our sacred homeland here in Monument Valley. And we're here to reclaim this land where classic Hollywood Westerns, antiquated stories of our people that dehumanized us were shot here. And we're here to say, we're not those people. We're strong and we're resilient and we're still here. We're showing up as Indian cowboys, Black cowboys, Asian cowboys, Latinx cowboys, and we're showing up in solidarity to show our strength.
There's an old saying, alone you go fast, and together you go far. And I think this Ride on Horseback to the Polls is such a great example of that, how far we can travel when we unite our communities together.
Most importantly, what we can reclaim is our identity and support.
That's the number one thing. It doesn't matter what race the candidate is, but we have to make sure that that candidate is an individual who has a heart and compassion for our existence.
To look across my horse to another, to see so many different faces, it's not something that I'd ever thought that I would see or experience, but it's really comforting to know and see different faces as cowboys, cowgirls.
Honestly, it was just breathtaking. It was epic, and unity is very powerful. If we all stick together, we can make positive change here in our community or any community that we live in.
By us continuing to vote, it says that we have a voice, and we understand that our voice is our power. And in order for us to have a change, we have to put that action behind everything that we stand for and we believe in.
Being a cowgirl, for me, it's about humanity and having self-dignity.
Your vote just decides who's going to lead, and who's leading decides the policy and the laws of the country. And if we want to see change in our country, we need to vote. And if we don't vote, someone else will, and make a future that we may not agree with.
Every 30 seconds, a young Latino turns 18 and becomes eligible to vote. Young, Black, Latino, Indigenous, and Asian voters and other youth of color, we have the power within our communities to transform this country through our votes. They are here reimagining and creating a future in which they and their families and their communities can thrive.
Together, we can mobilize our families, our friends, our neighbors, and communities to get out to vote and transform Texas one vote at a time.
We know that not participating guarantees that we will not be represented, that our communities and the things we care about will not have voice.
I'm proud to represent quinceañeras because we are the future.
It's on every single one of us to claim the power of our voices and to engage our communities, our neighbors, our friends, and our families about the importance of showing up, about the importance of having our votes cast and our voices heard. It's the only way we will change things for 50, 100 years to come. We can build real power in our communities for all of us.
Girls in Texas, and then also indigenous community on the reservation, the Navajo reservation. I think I would love for us to think about bringing that same energy and inspiration and creativity to Wikipedia events and programs, right? So that's the impetus behind WikiCurious, is how can we bring these feelings into the work that we do and help inspire people to mobilize around free knowledge. So I wanted to also just kind of frame cultural strategy, the 4 key elements. So when we talk about cultural strategy, we're talking about these 4 things. So the first is the air game. And so this is basically how is your message getting broadcast through the air to the audiences and communities that you need to reach. So this is your communication strategy, it's social media, it's press, it's influencers, right? As you saw in those videos, we included a lot of high-profile artists like America Ferrera and other actors like that in the campaign. But we could also be thinking about those kinds of things for Wikipedia as well. So really investing in your communication strategy. The second is the inside game. So this is partnerships, right? What kind of partnerships are you creating that can strategically help you reach your goals? And so like I mentioned before, we're really interested in working with new people, right? Folks who have never engaged with Wikipedia before, who have no idea how the universe and ecosystem works. But that's our audience for Wikicurious, right? Is the new folks, both the new editors and also the new partners that we can create who can help us reach new audiences. The third thing is the ground game. So that's the in-person programming that I mentioned before, right? It's the face-to-face connections that you can make in person that you might not be able to make online. It's being able to hands-on help someone edit a Wikipedia article. And then the final thing is the heart game, right? So how are we moving people along with us? What are the things that you're doing that resonate with people on an emotional level, right? Like, how can you create programs and events that touch people in a way that makes them want to keep coming back? So I won't go through this whole slide because we don't have enough time, but this is basically our formula, right? So in depth, what are we doing for each of those things? In terms of the air game, we really upped our communication strategy. So that included heavily investing in graphic design and our visual assets. We also started to increase our promotion and posting on social media channels. All of the major ones we're on, and we're consistently posting to our audience and new audiences. We've been using the central notice banner, which has been a really great tool for us to reach new people and to be able to, get people directly from Wikipedia. As I mentioned before, we use Eventbrite. We use all the platforms that we think people are living and existing to reach new audiences. So what have we accomplished in a year? So like I said, this was launched in July of 2024. We're now in August of 2025. So far, we've had 10 Wikicurious events. So this is the full list. The first few were in New York. You saw a little clip of the first one. We've partnered with a bunch of different people, which you can see from the slide, including folks in the Wikimedia movement, like Wiki Portraits and Afro Crowd and Black Lunch Table. We've also partnered with folks outside of the movement, like Rhizome and the Beckler Museum of Modern Art. So we're going to continue to make these partnerships, particularly with new folks, but at the same time, working with folks within the movement. Again, a little snapshot of what we've been able to do. We've built a Wikicurious community. We now have a monthly Wikicurious newsletter that every attendee that attends a Wikicurious event signs on to, and they can get updates about what's happening across the US, right? What are people doing with Wikicurious in North Carolina? What are they doing with Wikicurious in Texas? We've expanded our reach, obviously, and not just our reach, but Wikipedia's reach, especially in places where there is no Wikipedia programming happening. And we've also been able to give capacity where it's needed most. So thinking about these states where there isn't a chapter, there isn't a user group, right? We have resources to be able to help them create a user group or start to build a chapter. For example, we're seeing a lot of energy in Texas. We did 2 events there, one in Dallas and one in Austin. And there's an excitement around building a Wikimedia Texas group, which we're helping to support them with. A few stats from some of our events. Obviously, New York has the most attendance because we've done the most events there, and also it has a larger community of Wikipedians. But you can see some numbers from Texas and North Carolina. And then, like I mentioned before, we're doing an event in Miami in a few weeks, so we'll have those numbers from that as well. Okay, so what's next? We plan to go everywhere, or as many places as we can go as possible. Here's a list of some states that we're looking into for next year. But this is also a call to action for the community, right? Is there a state where you feel like there should be this type of programming? Please let me know. Please reach out to me. My contact email is on this slide. There's also a little bit of a resource list for you here, which will also be online around cultural strategy, but we'd love to know where we should be. So if there's an opportunity for us to do a Wikicurious program in a state or community where you live, please reach out and let us know. And that's my presentation. I think we have a little bit of time for Q&A.
So thank you for the presentation. I'm very curious about, you touched on that, but to know more about the ways you use to recruit participants. So you said central notice, social network, how you used social network, what did you do? How you used central notice, was it nationwide? I don't know how it works in the States, if there is geo-targeting for states. But.
Yeah, so in terms of reaching folks, the very first thing we do is obviously create a Wikipedia page, event page, but we also create an Eventbrite page because we've seen that, you know, folks who are newer to the Wikipedia ecosystem don't know how to navigate Wikipedia. So when they go to a Wikipedia event page, they're like, what do I do? How do I add my name? How do I register? So having both is really good, and we link to both on each of those pages. So we basically ask people to register on both. The plus with Eventbrite too is that we can message people at any point, right? So if there are any updates that we need to make to the community, we can do that. Post-event emails we can send out. So it's really helpful to have both. Now there's an event registration tool that the Wikimedia Foundation created. We've been using that for our Wikipedia event pages, mainly so that we can also engage folks within the Wikipedia world, and also obviously including the programs and events dashboard into that so we can track Wikipedia edits across attendees. So that's the first step. And then the central notice banner, we do geo-target to specific areas. So
how precisely can you geo-target that?
You can target by coordinates. So like for us, for North Carolina, right, like we could say we want everyone within a 50-mile radius of Charlotte.
Because it is not always, GeoIP localization is not always so precise, but you were able to get...
Yeah, we were able to get that, yeah. So that's how we target. Sometimes we just do the whole state, but if we want to get really localized, we will target by coordinates.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I really like the cultural strategy framing. I'm Anbar, by the way. I live in the Bronx, New York.
Nice.
Just moved last year. I'm curious, and to be transparent, I'm a foundation staff, but I'm curious, do you use the newcomer homepage in your teaching module, or what?
Yeah.
If not, that's okay too. I'm looking for feedback.
We don't actually, because we have our own presentation that we've built and created for the series. So basically, we live demo walking through Wikipedia. So we don't necessarily need to go to that page, because when we're training people, we'll take them to a Wikipedia article and like walk them through the different steps. But yeah, it'd be interesting to learn more about what you think would be useful about integrating the newcomer homepage.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it, and I'm over time, so thank you.